Ну чё, ребят, всем привет, с вами Фертус. Сегодня мы с вами продолжаем проходить Genshin Impact. Сегодня мы с вами будем делать задания легенд. В принципе, продолжаем, как я вчера и говорил. Мы еще будем, получается, несколько дней с вами, еще сегодня и еще 3 дня будем проходить задания легенд и встречи. Вот, потому что потом у нас переходит канал на новый уровень. В новый формат, скажем так. Сегодня мы с вами пройдем Нахиду, Сайна и Дехью. Начнем с Нахиды, потому что у нее 2 главы. Надеюсь, что они не сильно такие затяжные и не слишком душные, как это было в основном сюжете. Сразу начинаем. Сегодня пытался найти и скачать нормальный видеоредактор. Ничего, нихуя нормального нету. Либо кривое, либо косое, либо не качается, либо еще какая-то дичь. Короче, меня сегодня бомбануло знатно. Вот, сегодня... скачал программу. Везде написано бесплатно, туда-сюда. Хуё-моё, короче. Скачал. Сделал, интро. Старался, сидел. И в итоге, знаете, что произошло? Я собираюсь сохранить, а там такие, ну ты типа на год сразу купи, ебать, там за... Сколько там баксов? Думаю, нихуя себе, блядь, бесплатно. Ничего себе, бесплатно и платно, разная тема. И, ну и, короче, 2 часа моей жизни, то, что я делал интро, ушло нахуй в мусорку. Вот, поэтому у меня настроения особо нет. Привет, Фертус. Что тебе что-нибудь известно о мгновенном сновидении? Звучит как название сладкого напитка. А вот и нет, так называется мероприятие, которое мы проводим. В последнее время все только и говорят о снах. Многие с удовольствием рассказывают о том, что им приснилось вчера. Даже я. Последний раз я видел сон еще в детстве и невольно испытываю душевный подъем. Они снова видят сны. Вот почему мы решили провести мероприятие, где каждый сможет рассказать о своих необычных снах. Так и родилась идея мгновения сновидений. Так это чаепитие? Ну да, каждый день здесь делится необыкновенными историями. Хотите послушать? Я понимаю, что для вас не диковинка. Ну, для нас сон это такое же обыденное дело, как еда или отдых. Но если там будут бесплатные сладости и напитки, мы подумаем. Правда? То есть вы уже видели много снов? Ну да. Ну, можно и так сказать. В этом нет ничего особенного. Ничего себе, нашему мероприятию как раз нужны участники с таким богатым опытом сновидений, как у вас. Ну так пойдем. Давайте я буду называть вас экспертами по снам. Звучит странно. Эксперты? Неплохо. Вижу, в тебе проснулся интерес. Пойдем, это не займет много времени. К тому же там будут и напитки, и сладости. Ты профессионал. Нет, Пайман не может принимать такое решение. Нужно сначала узнать ее мнение. Почему ты молчишь? Пусть будет по-твоему. Тогда пошли делать из нас экспертов. Хорошо, следуйте за мной. Прошу минуточку внимания. У нас наконец-то появились эксперты. Прошу, эксперты, сюда. Любой желающий может задать им вопрос. Сторонние эксперты? Чудесно. Я первый. Не торопитесь, в порядке очереди, по одному. После некоторой суматохи все наконец устраиваются в очередь. Хуя вас смотрю. Пайман и не думал, что здесь все такие приветливые. У меня простой вопрос. Я день за днем тружусь, что есть силы, и во сне хочу быть слаймом. Как это сделать? Честно говоря, я не знаю. Пайман знает. Пайман уже видел такой сон. Пайман хочет сказать. В первый раз Пайман превратилась в анома слайма, из-за чего стала мишенью для лука искательницы приключений и всю ночь пролетала в небе. Во второй раз Пайман превратилась в Дендро слайма. Тогда орава детей приняла Пайман за редиса и повыдергивала ей из головы всю ботву. Так себе удовольствие. Третий раз Паймон превратилась в криослайма и угодила в руки повара, который приготовил из нее холодный сок. А вот в четвертый раз Паймон превратилась в сильного геослайма и решила отомстить лесному кабану за причиненную когда-то обиду. В итоге ему на помощь поспешили собратья, и Паймон опять потерпела поражение. Постой, почему у всех историй такой мрачный финал? Слаймы — это монстры, они хоть и милые, но любят побезобразничать, за что и подвергаются нападкам искателей приключений. Поверьте Паймон на слово, все монстры плохо заканчивают. Как же хочется ее прервать. Да, как-никак это монстр. Просто мне захотелось новых ощущений. Видимо, превращение в монстра ничем не лучше моей сегодняшней жизни. Наверное, превратиться в обычного зяблика или рыбку куда интереснее. А быть экспертом не так сложно, как Паймон казалось. Следующий. Теперь моя очередь. Эксперт, в какой позе нужно заснуть, чтобы увидеть тот же сон, что и вчера? Ну, мне тоже любопытный эксперт. Ты что, не поможешь Паймон? Расскажи, что бы тебе хотелось увидеть во сне? Да ничего такого, просто как в солнечный день я болтаю со своей женой под мирное завывание ветра в горах. А ты поболтай с женой просто так, без всякого сна. Вообще-то ее больше нет. Прости, Паймон опять сказала глупость. Ничего, это я неясно выразился. Я просто хочу еще раз ее увидеть. А если попытки уснуть, глядя ее фотографию? Точно, Паймон считает, что мысль перед сном важнее, чем поза, в которой засыпаешь. И это все? Ведь это ты по ней тоскуешь, и видишь сны тоже ты, значит, можешь легко связать одно с другим. Звучит разумно. Попробуй сегодня ночью. Спасибо за совет, эксперт. Теперь я. Как мне узнать название растений, которые я вижу во сне? Я хочу перенести в свой сон шкатулку, которая стоит у меня в комнате. Вчера мне приснилась ворона, летающая над пустырем. Что это значит? Не спешите, по одному. Спустя долгое время эксперты наконец всем все рассказывают, короче. Как все сложно. Мы знаем не больше, чем они, просто у нас чуть больше опыта. Их не интересует ответ. Похоже на то, поиски и размышления гораздо интереснее, чем ответы на вопрос. Это как бродяг, который не ел 3 дня и 3 ночи, и так голоден, что готов съесть все что угодно. Хоть плошку риса, хоть кусок пирога. Ты же понимаешь, что кого Паймон имеет в виду? Нахида. Точно. Она наверняка сказала бы что-то подобное, если бы была рядом. Жаль, что она занята и не сможет принять участие в собрании. Уважаемые эксперты, еще один гость хочет задать вам вопрос. Лучше не надо. Разве по нашим ответам не видно, что никакие мы не специалисты? Это особенный гость. Нахидой. Здрасте. Я хочу узнать, почему вы не позвали меня в такое интересное место? Вот это да, как ты здесь оказалась? Такое мероприятие, как мгновение сновидения, приходит не каждый день. Разве я могла его пропустить? Наша встреча — это неожиданный вопрос судьбы. Ты же больше всех знаешь о снах, и уж точно поможешь нам ответить на все вопросы. И то верно. Можете спрашивать о чем угодно. Чем интереснее вопрос, тем лучше. Что-то не так? Было так оживленно, а вдруг все стали такими робкими? Им нужно морально подготовиться. Даже если и так, я не кусаюсь. Вы совершили много великих дел в Сумер, если не сказать больше. Не таких уж и великих. Ни одного интересного вопроса. Похоже, я испортила все веселье. Лучше я пойду. Мы не это имели в виду. На мгновение сновидения все собираются вместе и делятся своими чудесными снами. Не хочется этому мешать. Здешняя атмосфера теперь напоминает сосуд, заполненный водой. Вода принимает форму сосуда и больше не может течь свободно, как в реке. Белка, привет, добро пожаловать на стрим. Я хочу быть одной из капель, а не бесчувственным сосудом. Неужели она... Да что с вами такое? Давайте-ка поактивнее. С Дендро Архонтом легко полаять. Неужели вы дадите ей уйти? Ладно, я попробую. Ой, это тот самый любитель слаймов. Что за странное прозвище? Я больше не хочу превращаться в слайма. Лучше в зяблик или рыбку. Значит, хочешь во сне быть животным? А почему? Наверное, хочу испытать что-то новое, ведь жизнь так однообразна. Над головой небо, вдали океан, но каждый мой день похож на предыдущий. И поэтому хочешь ощутить себя во сне каким-то другим? Прости, я запуталась. А почему не сделать это наяву? Потому что я должен работать, чтобы были деньги. Я не хочу каждый день забивать гвозди и пилить дрова. Но кто тогда позаботится о родителях и детях? Осознав это, я обнаружил, что моя жизнь заполнена всякими пустяками, и в ней нет места для чего-то другого. Но даже если во сне ты превратишься в птицу или рыбу, наяву ты все равно будешь забивать гвозди и пилить дрова. Ты уже в ловушке, какую бы форму ни принимало твое тело, твой разум не может вырваться из этих оков. Все так ужасно, и что ж тогда делать? Я не могу ощутить всю тяжесть, которую ты несешь на своих плечах, но что если сменить молоток? Сменить молоток? Ну да, ты же давно работаешь, так что должен разбираться в молотках. Разумеется, он должен быть достаточно тяжелым, чтобы делать меньше взмахов, а рукоятка не должна быть слишком гладкой, иначе молоток будет выскальзывать из рук. Кстати, я давно не менял молоток, которым пользуюсь. Вот и замени. А еще укрась чем-нибудь его рукоятку, например, мехом или кожаным ремешком, и напиши имя ребенка. Отличная идея, это придаст силы работе. Чувство новизны кроется в бытовых мелочах. Тебе не нужно превращаться в птицу или рыбу. Если жить в полную силу, все, что... Да, все правильно. Все, что тебе дорого, будет доставлять счастье. Ясно, я словно прозрел. Пойду выберу новый молоток. Нет, лучше сделаю его сам. Спасибо, Архонт. Тебе всегда удается найти отличное решение. Если честно, я не поняла, в чем была проблема. Чё? Я так сказала, потому что однажды увидел, как один рабочий, устав, посмотрел на имя, высеченное на рукоятке. И тут же рассмеялся, перепугав меня. Наверное, это было имя кого-то очень для него важного. Думаю, я понимаю. Ну да, увидев это, я поняла, что такое поведение мотивирует людей. Но почему? Я не знаю, что это было. Волнение, предвкушение или беспомощность. Но даже если бы и знала, о чем он думает, не смогла бы понять его чувства. А, вот оно что. Поэтому ты вынуждена говорить уже уклончиво. Я немного волновалась. К счастью, он остался доволен, значит, я попала в точку. Ладно, это не так важно. Это просто мой способ обучения. Если нужно, я тебе помогу. Эй, как же Пайман? Пайман тоже разбирается в людях. Спасибо, вы меня успокоили. Давайте перейдем к следующему вопросу. Я уже задавал свой вопрос, но хотел бы услышать мнение Дендро Архонта. Что я должен делать, чтобы каждую ночь видеть во сне свою умершую жену? Тоска по умершему человеку? Она вспомнила великую властительную Архадивату? Постоянное повторение приятных воспоминаний только усиливает пустоту реальности. Уверена, если бы она все еще была рядом, то не захотела бы видеть тебя в таком состоянии. Теоретически так и есть, но время, которое мы проводим во сне, это не просто повторение воспоминаний. Наверное, я очень по ней скучаю. Во сне она как живая. Она помнит все, что происходило во снах, и в каждом новом сне мы можем обсуждать то, о чем говорили в прошлый раз. Невероятно, серийные сны встречаются крайне редко. Она словно обрела в моих снах вторую жизнь, но чем более живой она становится, тем сильнее я ощущаю пустоту и страдания после пробуждения. Что это, благо или пытка? Возможно, все дело в тоске. Может, у вас остались незавершенные дела, о которых ты сожалеешь? Даже не знаю. Наверное, больше всего я жалею, что мы не дожили вместе до старости. Я готов двигаться дальше, но из-за этого реалистичного сна мне не хватает решительности. Что наяву бредится, то и во сне грезится. Сны всегда остаются снами, ведь мы живем наяву. Не стоит увязать во снах, иначе они поглотят твой разум. Знаю, поэтому и виню себя, ведь я должен заботиться о нашем ребенке. Лучше не видеть своего отца в таком подавленном состоянии. Так или иначе, спасибо тебе за совет, Дендро Архонт. Как-то неспокойно за него на душе. Надеюсь, он возьмет себя в руки. Я в полном порядке. Если вам скучно, то не обязательно оставлять мне компанию. В конце концов, вы здесь для того, чтобы развлекаться. Другими словами, разрабы нам дали меньше воды, я понял. Так, спасибо. Так, позаботься о растерянном Ильмане. Ильман, и вот он, Ильман. Братан. Оп. Тебе лучше? Да, Дендро Архонт права, я должен освободиться от этой тоски и жить дальше. Я вот о чем подумал. Каждый раз во сне встречаюсь с женой в одном и том же месте. Это реально существующее место, только находится далековато, и там довольно опасно. Я не решаюсь идти туда один. Но я должен побывать в этом месте и убедиться, что там ничего нет. Так я смогу принять реальность. Это может сработать. Иначе я буду жить словно в полусне. Если я перестану видеть то место во сне, моя жизнь наладится. Вы же искатели приключений, не проводите меня до этого места. Почему бы и нет? Это как раз то, что нужно для смены настроения. Если ты не увидишь свою жену, то великолепные виды уж точно тебя порадуют. Надеюсь. Ура, тогда в путь. Раз речь зашла о тоске по усопшим, лучше рассказать Нахиде о великой властительной Уркадевате. По крайней мере, пусть Нахида знает, что она существовала. Опять собирается повеселиться без меня? А разве ты не отвечаешь на вопросы? Только что закончил. Это был продуктивный день. Я услышала столько всего нового и интересного. Похоже, вы куда-то собрались. Возьмите меня с собой. Неловко беспокоить Дендро Архонта по таким пустякам. У вас наверняка полно дел. Ерунда. К тому же у меня есть причина, чтобы пойти с вами. Я хочу воспользоваться этой возможностью и обсудить с вами то, что не дает мне покоя. Неужели Дендро Архонта может что-то провести в замешательство? Между нами не такая большая разница. Ну что, идем? По пути все обсудим. Нужно идти, а великой властительной Уркадевате в двух словах не расскажешь. Факт. Так, ну пойдем. Да серьезно? Жесть. Неспешные прогулки — это всегда приятно. Искатели приключений частенько бывают в таких местах? Конечно. Надо полагать. Так здесь ты встречаешься с женой во снах? Да, почти всегда. Вон там, на самой вершине. Мы ничего не делаем, просто болтаем о том, о сём. Я рассказываю, как дела у Хайдар, нашей дочери, и она внимательно слушает. Мы вспоминаем прошлое, она рассказывает забавные истории, и мы вместе смеемся. Хочется, чтобы это длилось вечно. Иногда именно мелочи в жизни имеют наибольшее значение. Именно это меня и беспокоит. Я многое знаю о снах. Сны, конечно, и лишены логики. Говоришь, она помнит все, о чем ты рассказывал, верно? Она внимательно слушает меня во сне, как делала это и прежде. И что самое удивительное, она помнит каждую мелочь, из-за этого она кажется такой настоящей. Удивительно, хотя сны должны удивлять. Дело в том, что в его рассказах все слишком упорядочено, но сны довольно хрупкая материя. Например, раздавшийся за окном грохот во сне может превратиться в пушечный залп. Или из-за сухости во рту может присниться, как вы берете по бесконечной пустыне. Но образ твоей жизни не меняется, ничего и ничего на него не влияет. Ничего на него не влияет. Это очень и очень редкое явление. Я тоже не понимаю, в чем дело, но у меня нет причин ставить под сомнение или отвергать этот сон, ведь он прекрасен. Да, это правда. А мне все-таки любопытно. Я прежде ни с чем подобным не сталкивалась. Хочется понаблюдать за происходящим. Давайте поднимемся на гору, устроим себе небольшую прогулку. Пойдем. смысле? Что за загадка такая?
Let's go gather some samples.
Балдеж.
Smells like something good is inside. For your wishes.
А он не шутил, здесь и впрямь небезопасно. Ерунда, давайте покончим с этим как можно скорее. Ты тоже хочешь принять участие? Конечно, это же часть прогулки. Доебись. О! Какой потрясающий вид. Здесь можно вздремнуть и перекусить. Хотел бы Павел бывать здесь каждый день. Похоже, здесь нет ничего странного. Я не отрицаю силу мысли. Вполне возможно, что этот эмоциональный фактор, который сложно оценить, способен управлять с нами. Павел кажется, что его жена была невероятно обаятельной. А где Ильман? Ты ждешь меня? Вот это да. Я сегодня не один, а с отличной компанией. Я шансом поверить не мог, когда Дендро изъявила желание пойти вместе со мной. Как только я запомню дорогу, сразу возьму Хайдар. Она сильно по тебе скучает. Что это с ним? Там же никого нет. Майнар, стой, там опасно, не ходи сюда. Он сейчас упадет. Держите его. Вы спешите остановить Ильмана, который идет к краю скалы. Хорошо, что не упал. Что за околесицу он начал нести? А теперь, похоже, он без сознания. Он спит, а его слова, похоже, связаны со сном, о котором он рассказывал. Он заснул и увидел тот же сон? Согласно, это странно. Но будить блуждающих во сне нельзя. Подождем. Майнар, где она? Ты проснулся, вот здорово. Неужели я... Ты блуждал во сне? Блуждал во сне? Да, такое могло произойти только во сне. Забравшись на вершину, я увидел там свою жену Майнар и подошел к ней. Я рассказал ей о вас, и она вернулась вперед. Я попросил ее остановиться, ведь там был обрыв. А потом она исчезла. Подул сильный ветер, и небо резко потемнело. И как только я почувствовал, что что-то не так, проснулся. Вам кажется, что это странно. А ты не устал? Привет, танкер. Нет, я вчера хорошо выспался, и в сон совсем не клонит. Возможно, последовав за ним, мы повлияли на его подсознание, отвечающее за сны. В любом случае, главное, что удалось благополучно проснуться. Кажется, я знаю, что произошло. Если бы не вы, я бы упал. В любом случае, нам пора возвращаться. Лучше тебе пока сюда не проходить. Хорошо. Нахид, у тебя есть идея? Что-то пойман не по себе. Слишком мало зацепок, рано делать выводы. Но что, если произошедшее с Ильманом не единичный случай? Верно, многие участники мгновения сновидений хорошо помнят все сновидения. Дело набирает обороты. Возможно, таких людей можно встретить не только на мгновении сновидений, но и где-то еще в суммиру. Нельзя терять ни минуту, нужно во всем разобраться. Тогда пора возвращаться. Не стой столбом, пойдем. Почему вы так быстро вернулись? Что-то случилось? Дело серьезно. Передай всем присутствующим, что они могут обсуждать свои сны, но ни в коем случае не должны искать те места, которые им приснились. Хорошо, как скажешь, Дендро Архонт. Но я могу знать, что произошло. Вы явно что-то чем-то озабочены. Вы рассказываете о том, что произошло. Петруш, блядь. Сука. Я не знал, что сны могут быть так опасны. Не волнуйтесь, я сообщу всем участникам, а еще расскажу об этом остальным сотрудникам мгновения сновидений. У нас есть список участников, с ним можно предупредить большее количество людей, интересующихся с нами. Спасибо, ты здорово нам поможешь. Только сначала надо убедиться, что все участники сегодняшнего мероприятия все еще здесь. Ата уже ушел и, похоже, собирается заняться молотками, так что все в порядке. А где Катя? Кто-нибудь видел Катю? Она уже ушла? Она куда-то собиралась, видимо, уже ушла. О нет, она же не отправилась на поиски места из сна. Можешь сказать, куда именно она пошла? Ничего конкретного она не сказала. Куда-то в сторону пещеры Чатракам. Спасибо, попробуем поискать там. Пожалуйста, предупреди других, что нельзя действовать безрассудно. Хорошо. Кто мог подумать, что все так обернется? Так, пойдем. Я хотел скачать Genshin, но передумал, потому что ждать 40 часов это слишком. На комп. В смысле 40 часов. Нихуя себе. Genshin качается за часа 2. С учетом всего полностью. Хотя ты смотри, ты скачиваешь Genshin, потом когда в него заходишь, ты еще внутри игры скачиваешь дохуя. Так что да. Я вообще видеоредактор сегодня штук 10 скачивал, и то не работают, то еще какая-нибудь хуйня. Короче, пиздец полный. Смотрите, вот она. Сидит в окружении монстров. Скорее, ее надо спасти. Она в том же состоянии, в каком был Ильман. Да, к счастью, она не пострадала и не проснулась. Нужно осторожно отнести ее в безопасное место. До завтра, профессор Аиша. Как я снова здесь оказалась? Здесь никого нет. Спала? Но профессор Аиша. Ясно, это был всего лишь сон. Логично, ведь растения ничуть не изменились. А что с ним? Так и не зацвело, а ведь почти 20 лет прошло. Это как-то связано со сном? Можешь рассказать подробнее? Простите, я еще не до конца проснулась. Мне нужно прийти в себя. Сначала расскажу о растении. Его перед отъездом мне подарила профессор Аиш. Она дружила с моими родителями, была, можно сказать, моей первой наставницей и замечательным ученым Амурты. Помимо выдающихся способностей к наукам, она отлично сражалась и часто бралась за поручения в гильдии искателей приключений. Вот, так она отправилась в путешествие? Да, когда мне было около 10, она сказала, что отправляется на поиски тайн бездны и долгое время ее не будет. Мне не хотелось ее отпускать. Я ничего не знала про бездну и была очень привязана к Аиш. Она обняла меня, и мы обе разрыдались. Я плакала, пока не заснула, а когда проснулась, была уже дома. Она все-таки ушла, оставив мне письмо. В нем она призналась, что дороже меня ее никого нет. Она утверждала, что исследование бездны нужно, чтобы помочь обычным людям защитить то, что им дорого. В своем предыдущем путешествии она добыла очень важные доказательства и боялась, что если будет действовать, то второй такой возможности не представится. Значит, к звездам и безднам это не просто лозунг. Она вложила в письмо семя и сказала, что как только оно прорастет и зацветет, она сумеет вернуться, какой бы опасности ни была. Она сказала, что с нетерпением ждет, когда я вырасту. Но вот в чем странность. Сколько бы я не поливал и не удобрял растения, оно не зацветает. Даже ученые Амуры не смогли объяснить, в чем дело. А можно мне заглянуть на это растение поближе? Конечно, надеюсь, что Дендро Архонт сможет разобраться. Так, это... А мы ведь впервые видим такое выражение лица у Нахиды. Что это? Ей не здоровится. Мы сейчас вернемся. Нахида, в чем дело? Неужели даже ты не знаешь, что так не так с растением? Дело не в этом. Я сразу поняла, что происходит. Вот только не уверена, стоит ли об этом говорить. Растение, которое она посадила в научных кругах, слыхом не слыхали. Это новый вид, особым образом выведен ее наставницей. Судя по характеристикам, оно не способно зацвести после того, как прорастет. Чё? Но... Другими словами, профессор Аиша, о котором она все время говорит, вероятно, предвидела опасность и была готова к тому, что никогда не сможет вернуться. Насколько я могу судить по опыту наблюдения за людьми, это правда может оказаться слишком горькой. Когда люди сталкиваются с такими горькими истинами, они часто рыдают от отчаяния, несут бессвязный бред или впадают в ярость. Я понимаю, что она должна взглянуть правде в глаза, но не хочу причинять ей боль. Как мне быть? Да уж, непростая ситуация. Ты и правда хорошо понимаешь, какие чувства она может испытать. Я расскажу ей. Но когда ответственность ляжет на твои плечи, что если она на тебя рассердится? Не переживай, все люди разные, а пройденные с тобой примеры — это крайность. Мне уже приходилось с таким сталкиваться. Хорошо, спасибо. Вернемся и расскажем ей обо всем. Не может зацвести? Разве такое возможно? Если растение не цветет, значит оно не размножается, а просто медленно увядает. Этого твоя наставница и добивалась. То есть она и не собиралась возвращаться? Это как? Все, что она говорила, было неправдой? Она хотела как лучше и пыталась всячески оттянуть неизбежный момент жестокой разлуки. Она по-настоящему заботилась о тебе. Ее любовь, внимание и забота, то тепло, которое ты помнишь, все это было на самом деле. Думаю, она надеялась, что ты поймешь и примешь ее выбор, когда узнаешь всю правду. Я все понимаю. Простите, я не хочу показаться неблагодарной, просто мне нелегко с этим смириться. Сны так прекрасны, а реальность холодна, как лед. Я действительно думала, что она вернется, мне столько всего нужно было ей рассказать. Мне понятна твоя печаль. Возможно, эти сны не такие уж чудесные и простые. Быть может, какая-то сила пользуется вашими чувствами. Правда? Да, поэтому пока исследование не завершено, тебе лучше вернуться на мгновение сновидений, но больше не попадаться на соблазн сновидений. Я все поняла, спасибо за помощь. Простите, что принесла вам столько хлопот. Хорошо, что растение не пострадало. Иначе мне бы ничего не осталось на память. Спасибо вам. Похоже, она осознала правду. Но боюсь, что это печаль... Я ничего не трогал. Куда, блядь? Так, она осознала правду. Но боюсь, что эта печаль надолго поселилась в ее сердце. Когда мы заговорили о любви, я увидел, как ее взгляд изменился. Это было похоже на теплый дождь, который погасил разгоравшееся пламя. Все дело в сочувствии. В сочувствии? Вот оно что. Это ценное знание. Кстати, у тебя же есть догадки, кто может использовать их чувства? Да, оба эти случая кое-что связывают. Ильмин и Катя потеряли близких. И вот, во сне они могут снова встретиться с теми, кто им дорог. И ощущения будут близки к реальности. Куда ближе, чем в обычных снах. Дурные мысли сами лезут в голову. Похоже, дело не в том, что они сильно скучают, а в том, что кто-то пользуется их тоской. Но какой в этом смысл? Вот именно, просто чтобы люди видели сны, но зачем? А вот это нам предстоит выяснить. Давайте вернемся в мгновение сновидений. У меня плохое предчувствие. Надеюсь, дела не пошли хуже. Ну такое, блядь. Мы вернулись, как дела? Простите, Дендро Архонт, мы так и не придумали, как все объяснить тем, кто через это прошел. Следуя вашему предостережению, мы привели сюда даже тех, кто не осознавал всей опасности. Но некоторые из них уже крепко уснули и никак не просыпаются. Мы ничего не можем с этим поделать. Мгновение сновидения — это всего лишь небольшой клуб по интересам, нам просто не хватает рук. Все так, как я и ожидала. Похоже, была права. Это Дендро Архонт, она вернулась. Что в конце концов происходит? Почему на нас всех здесь собрали? Многие из присутствующих видели чудесные сны. Не хочется вас расстраивать, но мы выяснили, что за этими снами скрывается чей-то коварный замысел. Пожалуйста, до тех пор, пока мы не узнаем всю правду, не пытайтесь воссоздать сцены и снов и не следуйте даваемым в них указаниям. Но бред какой-то, это всего лишь сон, как он может на кого-то повлиять? Мы встретили двух людей, которые, поддавшись искушениям и снов, оказались за городом и столкнулись с опасностью. Так и есть, это не просто сны, все куда серьезнее. Ладно, поняли. А когда вы все выясните, мы сможем снова посмотреть эти сны? Да, я хочу повидаться со своей сестрой. Это вряд ли. Извините, Дендро Архонт, надеюсь, мои слова вас не обидят. Мы переговорили с только что прибывшими. Все мы в своих снах видели близких нам людей. Они как живые, даже просыпаются не хочется. Да, это совпадает с обнаруженными нашими зацепками. А если в результате расследования снова прекратятся, нам будет тяжело это принять. Мы знаем, что это опасно, но, возможно, вы не понимаете, насколько важны для нас люди из этих снов. Думаю, не все поймут и поддержат вас в том, что вы делаете. Пока расследование не завершено, они как минимум захотят еще раз встретиться с близкими во сне и попрощаться. Это одна из самых непростых ситуаций, с которыми мы сталкивались. Многие не согласны с нами. Они вернутся в сны, зная о грядущей опасности? Сложно сказать, на чьей стороне правда. Верно, опасность, о которой мы говорим, бледнеет на фоне ярких и прекрасных снов. Похоже, ситуация выходит из-под контроля. Чем дольше мы медлим, тем больше людей вернутся в свои сладкие сны, вопреки нашим предупреждениям. Так что же делать? Остается только самим отправиться в сон и узнать правду. Петруш, здесь есть те, кто видит этот сон? Сюда? Хорошо, мы идем. Она просто спит и, похоже, не очень крепко, раз не блуждает во сне. Мы тоже должны заснуть, чтобы попасть в сон? Не волнуйся, все. Я же все-таки мало лосицкого функционали. Успокойтесь, закройте глаза и вообразите себя волнами, омывающими песок. Представьте звук перекатывающихся песчинок. О, Итер. Все в порядке? У тебя растерянный вид. Ничего, все в порядке. Тогда ладно, но если что, помни, Паймон рядом. Паймон кажется, что мы уже во сне. Я думал, мы окажемся в каком-то привычном месте, но вокруг все такое незнакомое. Сколько здесь гигантских растений, есть даже на небе. Невероятно. По идее, мы должны были оказаться во сне Дебби. Здесь и правда необычно. Давай поищем зацепки. Дверь? Интересно, куда она ведет. О. Знакомое местечко, это же кафе Пуспа. Пойман видит Дебби, она там, похоже, мы пришли по адресу. В таких удивительных снах частенько обыгрываются реальные события. Это соответствует собранным нами сведениям. А что это было за пространство? Возможно, это остановка для пересадки. Хочешь сказать, что это еще один сон общий на всех? Да, учитывая, как много людей видит эти прекрасные сны, я бы сказала, что сны, скорее всего, соединены между собой. Манипулировать и управлять независимыми друг от друга снами намного сложнее, чем связанными. Пайман поняла, давайте поговорим с Дебби. Только рядом с ней есть и другие, они тоже спят? Если это пространство сна Дебби, рядом с ней, наверное, близкие люди, которые ей очень дороги. В любом случае, нужно проверить. Проверить? Но как? Беру это на себя. Здешний кофе на вкус все такой же. Вы объездили весь Тайват и наверняка пробовали кофе и повкуснее. Каким бы хорошим ни был были вещи на чужбине, они не вызывают такой ностальгии, как свой родной. Точно, привычки не меняются. Как славно, что вы дома. С возвращением. Они же... Почему? Ладно, это не имеет значения. Кажется, ее одолевают сомнения. Этот сон принадлежит только Дебби. Я не слышу мысли двух других людей. Значит, это и есть сила Дендрархонта? Теперь, по-моему, будет осторожней. Не переживай, обычно я не использую этой способности. Все-таки это невежливо. Ладно, мне нужно подготовиться. Это будет нелегко, но теперь этого не избежать. Дендрархонт? Что вы здесь... Как вы здесь оказались? Извините, что прерываю ваш праздник. Скажи, ты осознаешь, что происходящее расходится с твоими воспоминаниями? Я не совсем понимаю, что вы имеете в виду, Дендрархонт. Я знаю, что Дендрархонт хочет сказать. Нас всех свел здесь уникальный случай. Как насчет чашки кофе? Я угощаю. В этот раз мы неплохо заработали. Воспоминания. Уникальный случай. Подумай хорошенько. Ты должна знать, что с ними произошло на самом деле. Может, вот так сидеть за столом и болтать о том и сём, это только твое желание? Да, в паровой птице сообщили правду. Торговое судно, на котором они плыли, не налетело на риф и затонуло. С тех пор я ничего не слышала ни о Басиме, ни о Гаспаре. Эй, Дебби, что ты такое говоришь? Да, доверься своим воспоминаниям. Происходящее не имеет отношения к реальности. Значит, это сон? Но раз это мой сон, то реально не имеет значения. Эта ложь мне нравится больше реальной трагедии. Они мои лучшие друзья, единственные, кто меня понимает. Не вижу ничего плохого в том, чтобы этот сон продолжался. Боюсь, если так будет продолжаться и дальше, то со временем ты перестанешь отличать реальность от сна. Ведь сон всегда будет отражен твоих желаниями, отличие от реальности, полной боли и трудностей. Если ты не будешь осторожен, то можешь пострадать. Не стоит волноваться, до этого не дойдет, я себя знаю. Правда? Может, забудем на время о сложностях и выпьем по чашке кофе с чем-нибудь вкусным? Реальность это или сон, лишь бы ты была довольна. Разве можно просто отмахнуться от правды? Ведь мы даже не знаем, откуда вы взялись. Не дави, Пайман. Извини, Пайман не хотела тебя обидеть. Ничего страшного, я понимаю, что вы просто присматриваете за мной. Судя по твоему состоянию, здесь ты пока в безопасности. Интересно, как можно проникнуть еще глубже? Однажды я услышал незнакомый голос, который сказал мне, что здесь есть выход. Может, когда-нибудь я ей воспользуюсь, но сейчас мне это не интересно. Ясно, спасибо за помощь. Идем, сейчас мы находимся на самой поверхности этого сна. Мы снова вернулись? Ой, мы ведь только что были наверху. Нет, внизу или наверху. Не волнуйся, так уж устроены сны. Мы вышли из сна Дебби, но греза продолжается и ведет к неизвестному направлению. Этот сон обладает способностью воссоздавать образы людей, поэтому никто не хочет просыпаться. Если бы не все увиденное, Паймон сложно было бы в это поверить. Что еще нас может ждать? Подозреваю, что если эти сны связаны между собой, то они должны идти в определенном порядке. Раз Дебби осознает, что спит, значит она погружена в сон неглубоко. Но сейчас пространство, в котором мы находимся, перевернуто. Помните, что я говорил об особенностях снов? Сны беспорядочны. Верно, возможно, мы погружаемся в сон все глубже и глубже. И чем дальше заходим, тем ближе подбираемся к сути. Вероятно, правда скрыта в самых этих его глубинах. Поспешим. Нужно быть готовым ко всему. Видимо, нам нужно что-то поместить.
Shoot on sight. Fulfill our pact. Shia. Ha. Eat Lalin. Eat Papa. Get up. Wrath from the sky. Shia.
Whoa. When it rains, it seems to disappear slowly. Yes, and it appears again as soon as the rain stops. It's less like a flower, and more like a dangerous slime that's trying to keep out of sight. Here we go again! That beat is analogy. Huh? Are we back up here again? Wait. Paimon's confused. Are we up here or down there? Good thing we didn't fall. Yes, we did. We just fell upwards. That's not helping, Nahida! Paimon has no clue what's going on anymore. Wait, weren't we already here a little earlier?
Это место, мы же здесь недавно были.
This is probably
Это похоже на сон Ильмана. Он что, опять видит сны? Разве мы его не предупреждали?
yes.
Видимо, его тоска по жене сильнее страха перед опасностью. Исходя из того, что нам известно, раз его сон здесь, значит он крепко спит. Хорошо, что мы с ним уже общались. Надеюсь, нам удастся его разбудить. Ильман. О, это вы, ребята. Странно, что вы тоже в моем сне. Во сне? Так ты знаешь, что это сон? А что же еще? В реальности так хорошо не бывает. Познакомьтесь, это моя жена Майнара, о которой я рассказывал. Это Хайдар, наша дочь. Здравствуйте, это большая честь удостоиться внимания Дендро. Папа, ты знаком с Дендро? Вот это да. Что это, новая игрушка? Сама-то игрушка, Паймон, это Паймон. Сейчас не время говорить об этом. Нахида, это же расходится с нашими выводами. Дайте мне немного времени. Ильман, ты тайком вернулся на гору? Точно, его не было на мгновение в заведении. Паймон думала, что он пошел домой. Простите, мне хотелось, чтобы Хайдар встретилась с матерью. Я хорошо знаю дорогу, вот и взял Хайдар с собой. К счастью, мы не встретили никаких монстров. Я тоже этому очень рада. Кто бы мог подумать, что Хайдар так быстро вырастет. Ему не сладко пришлось. Это моя вина, ведь я не выполнила свой долг жены и матери. Не говори так, пусть все печали останутся позади. Милостью архонтов мы воссоединились, пусть даже и во сне. Что же делать? Мы должны сказать правду. Я сама должна сообщить ему эту печальную новость. Прости, но я должна тебе кое о чем сказать. Мы не образы в своем сне, а реальные люди с собственным сознанием. Как и тогда, мы пытаемся выяснить истинный смысл этого сна и уже нашли кое-какие зацепки. Другими словами, и с этим сном что-то не так. Что происходит?
Mom, what's going?
Нашей семье удалось воссоединиться лишь ненадолго. Мама уйдет? Может быть, но скорее всего так и будет. Мама, ты не можешь уйти?
I'm afraid I don't.
Я не совсем понимаю, что происходит.
Don't worry, Haida.
Не волнуйся, Хайдар, мама никуда не уйдет, не плачь. Майнар не понимает, что происходит. Я знаю, что это сон, поэтому не хочу говорить ей правду, но даже... Что уж там, я просто не знаю, что сказать. Все слишком сложно, но хороший этот сон или плохой, вы здесь для того, чтобы не совсем разобраться, верно? Ну да. Позвольте нам насладиться этим моментом еще немного. Для меня не важна причина, мне очень повезло собрать семью вместе, и я благодарен за эту возможность. Но разве сну обязательно исчезать? Боюсь, что так, прости. Вот как. Понятно. Сюда. Там вы сможете погрузиться в сон еще глубже. Говорят, чем дальше идти, тем приятнее будет сон, и тем сложнее из него выбраться. Кто знает, может там вы найдете ответ на свои вопросы. Поспешите.
For helping us.
Спасибо за помощь. Мне искренне жаль. Ничего, у меня нет выбора. В конце концов, я обычный человек и не имею ни права, ни власти вмешиваться в дела архонтов. Я приду позже. Мне надо рассказать Майнар и Хайдар, что происходит. Иначе, проснувшись, Хайдар может несправедливо рассердиться на свою мать. Хм.
We're not doing something bad, are we, Nahida? That depends on how you define good and bad. It's the same place again. This place is
Мы уже здесь были. Это похоже на лестницу, соединяющую сны.
they appear to be getting
Только выглядит она все более угрожающе. Обычная лестница не стала бы нас нападать. Давайте подождем. Да, похоже, мы что-то упустили. Или мы осознали, что видит сон, и очень счастлив в нем. Он словно не глубже погрузился в сон, и наоборот, больше похож на бодрствующего. Хорошая мысль, только ее, возможно, нужно трактовать иначе. Это не сон становится глубже, что усиливается привязанность владельца сна к этому месту. Вы ведь никогда не принимаете сон за реальность, правда? Конечно. Пам иногда хочется, чтобы сны были реальными. Но потом Пам сразу об этом забывает и начинает думать о чем-нибудь еще, например, о цыпленке в медовом соусе. Поскольку мы живем наяву, реальность должна быть в центре нашего внимания. Это также определяет иллюзорность снов. Что бы ни происходило во сне, для нас это не имеет значения. Но если мы окажемся от реальности в пользу снов, они перестанут быть для нас чем-то ненасущным. Кажется, Пам поняла.
Your mind will begin to build the dream far more attentively.
Мозг начнет все
Feel more real.
старательно создавать мир сновидений, и ощущение реальности будет усиливаться. Помните, эта Акаша может превращать сны в энергию джиньяна. Создание реалистичных снов расходует похожую энергию. Существуют и более глубокие сны? Значит, здесь тоже есть хозяин сна, как Нилу на Сабзирусе. Его нужно разбудить, чтобы этот сон закончился. Скорее всего. Групповые сны в Сумеру были созданы Акашей, но теперь она выключена. Ронары здесь ни при чем, а люди не могут создавать групповые сны каким-либо другим способом. Выходит, хозяин сна как-то связан с Акашей.
So, did someone manage to restart the Akasha?
Что, неужели он перезапустил Акашу? Это маловероятно, но он, скорее всего, один из ученых Академии и прежде имел непосредственное отношение к Акаше. Но как ему удалось стать хозяином сна? Нужно двигаться дальше. Да, это еще не конец. Как только мы поймем, что им движет, все встанет на свои места.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Pyroclastic surge! Get to work!
Let the world come alive.
Suffer the wrath of Eve! Light it up!
All the water that used to be here has turned into rain. Then let's get through here before the water level rises. dream. This should be the final destination. Huh? Really? Yeah, these are just ordinary. I have powers related to dreams, so it's usually easy for me to tell who's dreaming and who's created. I guess only those who have thoroughly accepted this dream will. There are so many people here. How can we find the home? Don't worry, I have a way.
That's a bit.
Huh? You think so?
Oh, maybe you're right.
What should I buy?
Ooh, how about the...
Let me have a look.
It's not going to rain.
Then maybe we should head home. I don't want.
Yeah, let's wait for the weather to get better before we...
Remember to come to the flower shop later. I've got a surprise for you.
Oh, sure thing, Amira. I'll be over as soon as I'm done with this.
Wow, what a beautiful place!
Be careful. Don't fall now.
Oh, hey. Seems we somehow managed.
Huh? How did you beat us here? Didn't you have to go through that
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You're in a dream. The concept of fixed spaces doesn't always apply here. Wow, what
Be careful. Don't fall now.
Oh, hey. Seems.
You're in a dream. Hey!
Who
You know, I've heard the end on that note. It's
Sorry, I've been a little busy these last couple days. Oh, the Dendro Archon. What a pleasant surprise.
Oh, welcome, Great Dendro Archon. I'm Amira. I run the flower shop here. And this is my husband, Moses.
Yes, how may we help you?
You already know all about me. There's no need for all the pleasant. Perhaps I should call you the dream's owner?
As expected of... I'm sorry, Amira. It seems my research has attracted the Dendro Archon's attention. Why don't you go back to the flower shop? I'll come help you a little later.
Okay, of course, dear. I'll see you later.
It appears that I was too naive to think I could deceive the Dendro Archon in person like this. To avoid looking like too much of a fool, allow me to ask the first question. How well would you say you understand this dream?
This dream was built by the Akasha, and it has the power to create imaginary people who no longer exist. As for you, you found a unique way to become the owner of this dream. Given up the ability to...
Impressive. You Please, tell me how you were able to arrive at such a conclusion. In return...
It's simple. Apart from you, this space only consists of real people who are dreaming and imaginary people. Although you are here and appear no different from the others, I can't... How can I wake up a person who's already awake?
Fascinating.
Since you're the fully awake owner of this dream, it can never collapse from you waking up. Theoretically, this should also give you absolute control over this, but even knowing all of that, one question...
Isn't the answer right in front of you, Great Dendro Archon? It's because I uploaded my entire consciousness into the Akasha when it was still running. Actually, this all started because of an accident. My original goal was not about the Akash.
No. You were motivated above all to create a hyper-realistic person. The desire to reconnect with a real...
That's right. However, human models are too complicated. Only the Akasha has a jnana. The Akasha is truly magnificent. If I siphoned a minuscule amount of its energy, nobody would even notice. And even this minuscule amount of energy was already more than enough. Even using just crude methods, I was still able to train a fairly... I named my first work Amira.
Huh? You mean the girl we just saw?
She and I entered the academia on the same day, starting with admission procedures. And because of that one day, we eventually went on to fall in love. We studied, conducted research. Our rhythm was always in step. I felt like we were two separate bodies that... However, Elazar later took her from me. Yes, I need more training samples to perfect Amira's personality. I found their details in the Akasha's database. Using the pretext of testing for mental health disorders, this way I could connect them to a network, and Amira could feel their yearning. Little by little, they helped her to grow and develop a warmth. To improve my efficiency and allow myself to focus on nothing but my research, I upload...
So, technically...
Yes, because the Akasha was suddenly turned off, I lost all of my jnana energy. I became imprisoned in the very network I had constructed. At first, I panicked. But, after coming to grips with the situation, I realized that I could restart this...
That means everyone in the network is providing you with jnana energy!
That's all there really is to it. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I'm just saving... I provide a beautiful dream, and in return, I harvest their jnana. They can wake up anytime they wish. People need to sleep anyway, so why not have some beautiful dreams while they rest?
I agree. This is the home we spent a great deal of effort on to build for ourselves.
Yeah, she's right. We're staying here of our own free will.
I don't understand this at all, but I just want to spend some more time with my family.
Thank you, dear. Great Dendro Archon. I hope you can...
You don't need to gather around here. It's all right. The great Dendro Archon is nothing if not kind and considerate towards her people.
Uh-oh. Now he's playing dirty. It seems like I won't need you to answer my last question. You're willing to tell me all your secrets because you have nothing to fear. If you use real people as your weapon and turn them against their Archon...
They just want to be with the people they cherish. I don't think there's anything wrong with me providing them with that opportunity. They don't wish to eternally part with their spouses and friends. What's so wrong about that? If you understood humans a little better, or had also experienced firsthand the absolute devastation of loss, then perhaps you wouldn't be so cold towards us.
If you had used your talents and determination for a just cause, you could have become a sage of the new generation. Unfortunately, you've committed one of the 6 cardinal sins of the Academia by attempting the forbidden and fearing. You equated people's feelings with cold jnana energy and deprived them of the pain that they have to face. You lured them into these dreams, and even now...
Pain? Luring? Those kinds of things haven't existed here from the moment this world was created.
She's right here. This is Ilmon's child, Haidar.
Huh? My daughter? What's wrong with her?
This dream relies on a set network, which means that only those with devices planted in their bodies can enter this world. Carefully think back and retrace...
I secretly went back to the mountainside with Haidar. Mino... you mean... she isn't...
No, because unlike you, the moment you came into this dream, it created a Haidar to realize your... So, tell me.
She's still out there on the mountainside.
That's right. And she must have been terrified to see her father not in his right mind. Not to mention the monsters in that area.
If Haidar's still out there, then...
What are you talking about, Dad?
I must wake up right now. I can't leave her there alone.
Oh.
It seems the others have also remembered something. People try to avoid pain and stay in their perceived bubbles of safety out of an instinct to protect themselves. This is human nature, but however, why are there still so many people striving to move forward, even when they know the path ahead is dangerous and painful? It's because people don't only live for themselves. They have families, loved ones, friends, and communities. But in this dream, you showed them only the most comfortable and soothing things. It's all just a well-devised scam.
It seems like I've stayed in the dream for too long.
I still have so many things I haven't done.
Huh. I thought gods didn't understand humans. That would have explained why I didn't expect you to arrive at the answer through sheer power of observation. If you wanted to spend a little time in the waking world, go right ahead. In any case, I wanted to spend some time alone with Amira. As long as this dream continues to exist, you'll come. Humans aren't as strong as you think. And even if you're a god, they won't always listen to you. It's time to purge all the extraneous data and noise.
Monsters, be careful! All of you, please get out of here and find somewhere safe.
I am the master of this dream. I can create endless waves of monsters with the snap of a finger. Don't worry, they'll wake up before they get hurt. Amira doesn't like to see others in pain. If you know what's good for you, leave now! You haven't won just yet. This dream is mine! If I go into hiding here, not even an Archon can ever find me. And as long as people yearn for happiness, they will return here and rebuild this paradise!
Hey, stop! What's that? The dream is spiraling out of control and is collapsing.
Oh no. Amira. Amira! Amira! Amira, are you all right?
I don't feel well.
No, no, no! Please, no!
Get away from there! Don't ruin my flowers!
What should I do? Where did it go?
This may hurt a little. Sharing my knowledge.
You two! Time to burn it down! Light on the blazing sun!
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight. Move it.
Just shut up!
Just decide for yourself. Who am I? I'm...
Glad that's over. But what happened just now? He's not very proficient in using the Akasha's technology, and he spent a lot of Jnana energy creating. All the people he created also turned into monsters, including Amira. It's terrible, even for a dream. Even Paimon's freaked out. Paimon can't. The good news is that the chaos seems to have subsided. Now we only need to wake up the people here.
Amira. My dear Amira. They're all gone. It was just a big... I couldn't change my fate. and my knowledge turned out to be...
Do you still think this is our fault?
I don't care about that. The jnana energy used to sustain this dream has all been transformed into monsters. This dream let me disappear with Amira. I'd rather turn into dust.
It seems that everything that's happened is too much for him. He's lost all hope. I think seeing Amira turn into a monster was punishment. After comprehending the hollowness of the unreal, it's...
Existence? I'm different.
Using my knowledge of the Akasha, I have a way to extract your consciousness from here. The Academia has probably kept your body, so you should be...
No need. Just let me disappear.
This isn't compassion. I won't let you escape your punishment by simply ask for your life after that. Alright, Traveler in Paimon. We should go back. We can finally wrap up this whole thing. What's wrong, Nahida? Oh, nothing. Let's tell the people here to gather at a moment of dreams after they wake up.
Oh, great! Everybody has started to wake up, and we've heard from the looks of it, you...
Yes, though it took us a good deal of that. There will be many people gathering here shortly, so please do your best. I need to go to the Academia with them. Are we going to ask about that scholar? Yes, but it may take some time for him to wake up after his consciousness returns to his body. We can leave the rest to the mantra.
Oh, it's the great Dendro Archon. How can I help you?
I would like to check the registration records of a Kashara War scholar. He should be in an unconscious state right now.
Okay, just a moment. Sorry to keep you waiting, Dendro Archon. We have confirmed that there's a scholar named Beinuni who's been unconscious. He hasn't regained consciousness yet, and is still receiving treatment at Bimarstan.
Huh? Isn't his name Moses? I guess he didn't want to be recognized or bothered. Please, give the knowledge stored in this to the Matra, and ask them to import it into Beinuni.
Understood. But for safety reasons...
It's simple. This contains his consciousness. He's committed an act that affected the safety of Sumeru. After he wakes up...
I see. I'll take care of this right away.
No problem. Alright. Everyone should have gathered at a moment of dreams by... Let's be quiet and just listen in. I wonder what she's going to say. Hello, all of you who have just woken up. I'm sorry for interrupting your beautiful dreams. I may have acted... Dreams have amazing power. They inspire us to remain resolute in the face of adversity, and help those with aspirate. But dreams also have the potential to exploit people, confuse the senses, and distort the truth. As I've said before, I am still learning, but just take a good look around you, and you'll see many other people who have You should be proud that you've been able to gather here. The path of life is long, and it's hard for us to see the destination. What's the meaning of life? What's the purpose of my Of course, the most comfortable choice is to stop progressing. Give up thinking. Whenever you have such thoughts, Just look at the people and things around you. Some people work hard all day so that their families can. Some people travel all over the world in order to create art that resonates with all of Teyvat. Some venture in search of the world's secrets to prevent rapidly approaching, yet still, life is not just about yourself. Each and every one of your actions shapes you and the world around you. Look, friends and family will remember what you've done, and therefore, many people will strive forward to forge new paths. Once you begin your journey on that same difficult yet rewarding path, you'll come to know the answers to those big existential questions. Yet they will no longer. But if you were to believe that life is nothing but an empty, ephemeral dream, then that's also the only thing it'll ever. You're free to choose how you want to live your lives, but as you're. In the end, it's up to you whether you want to embrace a beautiful
Nahida said she wanted to speak with us alone. It seems like she went to the plaza in front of the academia. You're amazing, Nahida! Even Paimon was nearly won over by that.
Well, he's very good at manipulating the weaknesses of human nature. That dream was incredibly beautiful and enticing. Ordinary people couldn't see through it, but as long as you can still wake up, you can still move forward with your life. Huh? What makes you say that?
Right! You said that you didn't understand human feelings, but your speech just now really connected with everyone.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of sad stories along this journey. You can't say that the victims of the dream really did anything wrong, and what they wanted was also not unreasonable. That's why I could understand them when they tried to resist us and protect the dream. But all of my understanding and stirred feelings probably can't even account for even. I don't think this 1% can be seen as.
You're too hard on yourself, that's for sure.
Alright. I suppose I've learned that emotions are nothing like knowledge, and that Benuni, or Mercedes, said that I had never personally felt the pain of loss. But the moment I entered the dream, I felt like I was wrapped in a blanket of. It was so warm that it felt like I had returned to the start of my life. But when I opened my eyes, the feeling was gone without a trace. If I have to make an analogy for it, I would say I can no longer see words on a piece of paper after they have been but now that I've experienced this dream, I think I can say with confidence it's enough that I can tell I was once supported by that warmth. If I dwell too much on its exact nature, I gave a speech to inspire my people. So if I were to fail to live up to those words myself, then that would be too embarrassing.
Hey, what's with that serious look?
You keep looking like there's something you want to say. Is there anything you want to tell me? Okay, since we just woke up, let's stretch a little bit. A new day is about to begin. hasn't it? What have you two been... Seems like...
How about you? What are you up to now?
I'm just looking out for some leads while getting some fresh air. I noticed that I have some blurry memories after saving... I almost feel like there's still something extra...
Why is that? Don't worry, we'll help you remember.
Thank you so much. Since you're willing to...
Oh, it's big.
I found it in the Sanctuary of Suristana. It's filled with pure elemental power that is quite similar to mine. It's very likely that it's connected to my foggy memory, but I can't figure out what it is.
Traveler, do you have any ideas? You know, Nahida, we just happen to be going on an adventure right now.
Thanks, you two.
Don't mention it. Besides, it seems you've got a lot on your mind.
Hey, get out! You shouldn't be around here! I'm sorry, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Fungi don't usually come near this place. Last warning! Get out before I kick you out, you hear?
Hang on. I think it's trying to tell us something.
But Great Dendro Archon, it's a monster!
Please. I think I understand. Seems that it wants us to follow it.
You can understand it?
Even though different creatures have varying habits and ways of communicating, I can feel its anxiety and fear. It's
Well, fungi are kinda cute. That's true. Okay, let's go take a...
Alright, lead the way, little fungus.
Although they all look about the same, some fungi are friendly, while others are super aggressive and attack anyone they see.
It can't be helped. Perhaps in their eyes, humans are like fierce monsters as well. After all, they can't distinguish which human behaviors are hostile or not, and it'd already be too late for them once humans have drawn their weapons. Hence why they tend to strike first, rather than waiting.
That's not too different from how humans think sometimes.
That's what I meant by shared emotions. It appears it was in a hurry because of this unconscious fungus.
Seems like they might... So maybe this fungus wanted to bring Nahida here to help its family.
Probably. Although fungi are simple creatures, they're very... Maybe it noticed me on my way back and thought I'd be... I'll take a look. I should be able to help if it's just a...
What is it, Nahida?
Strange. This fungus didn't develop from a spore. It's an elemental life form.
Huh? An elemental life form?
Yes. Although the fungi you normally see are capable of using elemental... As for this fungus, it has elemental power flowing through it. Definitely not anything like your typical fungus. Exactly. This is fair.
So this is a first even for Nahida.
But that's not all. There's a large void with the void is stopping the elemental power from flowing normally, which
So do you think it'll wake up if we can fill the void?
Yes, and I just so happen to be good at this sort of thing. I'll see. My power was compatible. Looks like everything is fine.
Lord of Dendro. Is it really the Lord of Dendro? Oh, I can't believe the Lord of Dendro saved me. Thank you, as well as the stranger and
It can talk?
Oh, I didn't expect such a strange creature to make a sound like that.
What? Of course Paimon can talk. Paimon isn't a strange creature. Paimon's just... Paimon!
Hello, Paimon. I am not yet able to evaluate an organism's intelligence from its appearance.
Oh, well, no need to take it serious. But does Paimon really look so dumb that people might think Paimon doesn't know how to talk?
You misunderstand, Paimon. A mouth is used for eating, breathing, and other functions that are more important. So a creature may not speak, even if it has a mouth. I've never seen a creature like you before, so I did. Even if you do possess a number of human traits, it is still very common for creatures to have similar external forms, but completely different interiors.
Did this fungus study at the academia? It seems even more talkative than Paimon.
You're not a fungus, are you?
That's correct. This might be surprising to you, and I'm sure it might startle my fellow family members if I... Me. It says that it's very thankful for your help.
I was confident that I knew of all the creatures in Teyvat. Even if there are ones I've never seen with my own eyes, I thought however, even if I were to lay out the traits of all elemental life forms, what are you? And
I come from an ancient race. We have existed for a very long time. My home was filled with flowing water and great mountains. Lush grass covered the land, and my family and I, until the apocalypse came and changed my home forever. A horrifying power consumed all there was. The seeds of catastrophe. We were victims of the apocalypse. Yet in time...
The apocalypse?
I'm not sure what it means either.
It's a long and complicated story. It will take...
Don't worry, we'll listen.
I was lucky and managed to survive. Afterward, I left with some of my family and we came in contact with many species and learned from their cultures and knowledge. Hoping to we later found out that humans know the power of the apocalypse.
Your home was destroyed by forbidden knowledge? Does that mean you're...
It said that they are looking for a way to save their homeland, but the catastrophe of the desert shouldn't...
The Lord of Dendro is correct. We are not from the desert. I would very much like to tell you that may sound a little odd, as it is very important.
Yes, how could you forget?
I am a life form that was contaminated by the apocalypse. A part of my...
I get it now. So the void of elemental... I'm sorry.
That's okay. Lord of Dendro, there is no need to apologize. And not only did you save me, but you've also already rid the world.
That's right. The forbidden knowledge is no...
My home should be safe now. For the longest time, this moment has only seemed like a dream. I was unable to fulfill our calling. I never found...
It's not your fault. You've already done. Every species paid a grave price in the fight against forbidden knowledge. You mentioned that there were other survivors besides yourself.
The apocalypse put us through immense pain.
Don't worry, I should be able to find them. I'll leave the rainforest to the Aranara. And as for the city...
Oh yeah! They'll give us a...
Give me a moment. I'll contact them right now. That should do it. It may take some time to find them, so let's...
Thank you, Lord of Dendro. We all believed the moment I saw you when I awoke. I had a feeling you were here because of the agreement.
Hmm?
You might not remember, but this is a prophecy that we deeply believe in.
Ah, I see. But I'm very concerned about your homeland.
Would you all be willing to come with me somewhere as we... The more family members that can return home...
But didn't you say that you don't know where they are?
Yes, but I know their end.
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing. and
Привет,
the
Тесса, привет,
world keeps
Вайткэт. Я
rolling.
отходил по делам. У меня не было буквально минут 10, наверное. Но зато я добил дела. Мне должны были позвонить. Должен был подъехать человек. В принципе, что и произошло. Вот как-то так. Так что сейчас мы продолжаем. Но сегодня я без озвучки, потому что я сегодня днем много за компом сидел, много озвучивал сегодня. Про то, что я писал в беседе, в Телеграме, в группе точнее. И у меня тупо нет сил сегодня читать. Плюс очень много воды, поэтому ну его нахуй. Но я медленно переключаю, то есть вы можете спокойно успевать сами читать. То есть я сам читаю, но не вслух. Ну вы поняли, короче. Так что не парьтесь. Плюс сегодня я делал интро. И программа пидораска оказалась, что чтобы сохранять видео, надо купить абонемент на целый год, чтобы она сохраняла. Иначе на весь экран будет окно вот это вот типа программы. Мне это нахуй не надо. Ну, сами понимаете, о чем я. Вот, поэтому нихуя не получилось. Но ничего страшного, я считаю, в этом нет. Ищу сейчас активно хорошую программу, бесплатную. Если что-то знаете, напишите мне потом после стрима. Вот, как-то так.
There's something that I'm very concerned about. Yes. I didn't mention it just now, but do you remember when the elemental power inside the crystal is completely identical to that of the fungus? What? Exactly. The prophecy that it mentioned was probably an agreement that I made with an elemental life form that once represented I had to deal with the forbidden knowledge to save their homeland. The process, however, that sequence of events would explain the persistent feeling.
Makes sense. Too bad it's unable to tell us more.
Yeah, I've been trying to think of a place that fits the description of its homeland, but agreed. I really want to send them home, so they won't have...
Так вот, и, короче, я снял на ОБС свое интро, которое я хотел сохранить. Вот. Там, если отредактировать, повысить через ИИ качество, то, в принципе, останется заебись. Но я, в принципе, могу все сделать в новой проге, главное ее найти. Если хотите, я вам сейчас покажу интро. Если хотите. Мне как бы не сложно. Тем более я старался. Музыку сам написал. Короче, вообще с кайфом. Сегодня день был прям, блядь, продуктивный. Так что, если хотите, могу поделиться. Я там чуть-чуть переделывал, тем более. Так что...
Hey! Paimon has been meaning to ask. You all didn't originally...
No, we didn't. The appearance of our kind will change after communicating with various living organisms in Sumeru. We discovered that fungi are thus. We gradually took the form of fungi, and
It's hard to believe that's even...
the most important instinct any life form possesses is adapting to the environment. Your hand is shaped like that for a reason. So you are able... The reason why fungi absorb elemental power is to blend with the environment and fend... We are Dendro life forms. One of the most ancient life forms.
So you mean, if Paimon wanted to, Paimon could
Not as freely, I'm afraid. You would require a long... Although this is common sense to us, it is still extremely difficult to explain. Putting it as simply as you cannot make a sprout grow into a giant tree instantly, nor can you force a tree to bear fruit overnight.
I see. Humans have a term for this. It's called growth.
Ah, you're so smart, Nahida! Paimon gets it now!
Growth. I see. Yes, then this is a most beautiful word.
А, что, показать интро? Ну, сейчас покажу. Сейчас, одну секунду. Так. Начало стрима. Сейчас, секунду. Я сейчас тогда включу, покажу вам. Хуй нет, блядь. Я люблю хвалиться такой классной темой. Так, сейчас, секунду, я только найду. Для интро. По-моему, вот это. Сейчас, секунду. Да, вот это. Сейчас вы увидите. Оно снято через OBS повторно, чтобы вы понимали вообще, ну, как оно выглядит. Сейчас вам включу начало стрима. Хуяк. Вот. Я не буду открывать на полную, здесь видите рамки, ну ничего страшного. Так, вот, сейчас пойдет. Вот, видишь? Как-то так. Вот такое интро готовится. Точнее, было готово, но спасибо обрыганной, блядь, программе, которая... Вы платите, ничего вы не сможете сохранить. Пидоры. Как-то так.
Huh? Oh no, Paimon was just curious. Paimon isn't that tired.
He seems to enjoy taking care of others.
You think so? Does the Lord of Dendro need to be carried?
That would be awkward, wouldn't it? What if we fly up and sit on top of my head?
We can figure out who'll carry who later. We have monsters here.
I think we may have a different understanding. No matter whether it's tired or not, my child is always happy when I put it on my...
Child? You mean the fungi we ran into earlier?
Yes, one was my friend.
Why can't your kid speak?
Because it's just a fungus. I don't want my presence to change or affect the original state. However, it is slightly different from an ordinary fungus. It's...
Oh, then it must be like Bongo Head.
You have an odd...
Huh?
Strange and cute at the same time. It's a...
That's right.
The name I came up with was not as creative as Paimon's. I learned it from an adventurer. Its name is... I'm sorry, but I've forgotten. See, yes, I must remember it before I return. It's just as important as my home. Yes, this way. We're almost there.
It's the withering.
Yes, I have heard humans also call it that. It's the last form we take when we are at the end.
But it's trying to say that when they've suffered enough and reached the end of their life, they become...
Yes, I would have also suffered the same fate if it...
So, this is how the withering is formed?
Previous research has revealed that forbidden knowledge is the root cause of the withering. But even if forbidden knowledge has been completely removed, they've been tormented by forbidden knowledge for a long time. It's but what a sad and pitiful end.
When I left my homeland, flowers like these filled the fields. Each bloom, they grew in the pristine lakes, in the fertile soil, in my home, and in the homes of my friends. They grew everywhere, until the world suddenly lost all its color and became... But it's all right. Our life essence, elemental power, still resides in the... After an adventurer clears the withering, I will quietly draw near the area. If I can sense the elemental power...
But that would mean the effects of forbidden knowledge...
It's okay. That's not important anymore. I just hope it's not right to leave them to simply perish in the open like this. Now that we finally have the chance to return home, Each one I manage to bring back will make me that much happier.
I understand. Just leave it to us.
Давай, Тесса, спасибо, что зашла. Завтра на стриме буду ждать.
So you're worried about me. It's fine. Forbidden knowledge, it's natural to want to be overcautious when dealing with a highly venomous snake. But when all that's left is its skeleton, there's...
Paimon doesn't get what you two are talking about. Then let's do this! We've dealt with the Withering countless times already.
Ready.
Time to shine! Roll! The show begins!
Time to testify. Into the shadows.
Show no mercy!
Rise with the sun!
Wrath from the sky!
Moving.
Suffer the wrath of the Eastling!
As I expected, it's the last of my kind that I'm aware of. So it wasn't able to make it to the end.
I hope that you will be free of this pain after returning home.
Just thinking about how many elemental life forms have turned into tumors of the Withering makes Paimon sad.
It's okay. As long as elemental power still exists, an external form is but a gift of time. Through growth comes change, and even abandonment of previous.
It wouldn't have come to this if we were able to cure them earlier. But I will cure all of them. Even if it's just for the sake of the rainforest.
Thank you, Lord of Dendro. It was a wise choice for us to place our trust in you.
Hold on. I think I got something. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand. Thank you so much. So, they found a fungus that matches the description I gave them.
It must be in a similar situation as I was. We should hurry and go.
Okay, follow me. We're close now. It's just a little further inside.
But there are so many fungi here. They're probably all ordinary. Yeah, they won't be happy to see us.
No fighting. These are all its family. Although we belong to different species, we've spent a long time living among the... They can be reasonable, as long as we try to communicate.
What What should we do? You're the only one who can make, but you'll need Nahita's power if you want to save that fungus. I've got an idea. Can you teach me how to...
You want to transform into a fungus? But we don't have time for growth.
Nahita is a god. Changing into a fungus should be a piece of cake for...
Even gods can't bend the laws of time so easily.
Then we'll have to enter with the risk of being noticed. We may not be able to avoid a fight, but if spending some of my power will guarantee the safety of you and its family, then I'm...
All right. You have great elemental power, so you will have to use power equal to that which is required to break through the limitations. I will lend you the relevant knowledge that I have.
Alright, I'm ready. Changing into a fungus should be...
Lord of Dendro, this is nothing to joke about. I am extremely serious.
As am I. I'm not joking at...
Alright! Let's not get hung up here. If it's really possible...
Okay. Good luck, Lord of Dendro.
Wow! You really turned into a fungus!
It's actually not too bad. My perspective in this form is the unconscious fungus is just below here.
Oh, how do we do that?
I'll get close to them while you make your way over. You should be able to identify them using elemental sight since they're elemental life form. Then, all you have to do is repeat the correct answer in your mind. As long as I'm able to...
Okay, got it!
Let me lure away the fungi up top and make way for you.
Alright, good luck, Nahita. Let's go, Traveler.
There's a fungus on patrol in the center there. It looks pretty vigilant, so I'd better go around it. Why is it reacting like that? Uh-oh, the fungus on patrol noticed me. There's a fungus on patrol in the center there. It looks... It seems they didn't notice me. It seems that fungus won't be moving for the moment. This is the spot. There are several fungi here. I'll hide and wait for the traveler to catch up. So this...
Nahita? What's wrong?
I never knew that it was so tiring to change. I even used the techniques that it taught me. Seems like its warnings were not unfair.
The power of time accumulates slowly and goes unnoticed. A great price is to be paid if you wish to. Thank you for everything you've done. All seems to have gone according to plan.
I apologize. Language is not easy.
It's okay, I have good news. Let me explain it to you the fungi way.
Apocalypse ended? Go home?
Yes. Unfortunately, I've forgotten where home is. I
remember. Really? That's great! Home. Dendro Dragon.
Dendro Dragon. Ah, yes! The Dendro Dragon! I'm sorry, I just got so excited. I've probably never expressed such emotions before, but...
Oh, wait a minute! Paimon's confused! Do you mean the...
Yes, they're both dragons, but a pep, the Dendro Dragon, has been around for long, but I don't quite understand. What?
Because we live inside the Dendro Dragon.
The Dendro Dragon. Inside. Very big.
There is an entire world inside the Dendro Dragon's body. The Dendro, it once told us in a majestic voice that once we finally matured, we'd be... However, that day never came. Our homeland was the...
Paimon's still confused.
Yes, a very good example. It appears that you're much smarter than Paimon. The only difference is...
Wait, then if that's the case, doesn't that...
Yes, that is correct. What has suddenly made you look so worried, Lord of Dendro? I haven't seen this expression on you, but...
A pep is the most adaptable life form in the world. The forbidden knowledge should have become a part of its body a long time, which means that if all the forbidden knowledge...
And a big void will also form inside the...
I'm afraid so. Its body and soul have probably... No wonder I haven't seen a pep for so long. But how did it get contaminated? But anyway, a pep disappeared and has been gone ever since that time. It's been enduring unimaginable... Yes! How could I have forgotten? If the Dendro Dragon fails to hang on, the elemental power inside it, Dendro elemental power of that concentration, will cause the rainforest. Giant trees will completely block out the sun. Plants and humans will fight over oxygen. Sumira will no longer be suitable for...
Hey, what about the crystal? Why don't you show it to them and see if they know anything about...
Yes, I'm sorry. You're right. Have you two ever seen anything like this before?
No.
Its power feels very familiar. Like something from our homeland. I'm sorry our memories aren't very...
It's okay. I'll contact my helpers just as I did before and see if they can locate your... I'm counting on you all. Your info is crucial to us now. Let's wait for their reply again. Though I know waiting...
Thank you. Family bringing fruit.
I explained to them that you aren't hostile. After seeing you save it,
Go home, thief. Hard decision. Don't know. They are weak. I would get waiting. And I hope...
Don't worry. I understand what you are trying to say. Family is very important to us. No matter when we were actually family. It has done a lot to protect this territory, and can you do one last thing for it while we wait?
Of course. I can relate to how it speaks. I need to organize my thoughts as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Tend soil. Food. Don't like plant invasion.
There are two things that it wants you to do. One is to look after the land that the food is grown in, and the other is to drive away...
Soil. There. First. Seed. Paimon understood that. No need to translate. We'll take care of it right away.
Light it up!
We planted all the seeds! It's time to handle the invading plant life! Ah! Flower flowers! It wasn't kidding when it said plants were invading!
Evil looks. Shoot on sight. Pyroclastic surge!
Let the world collide!
Get ready.
Whew. That should be all of them. Yeah, I've calmed down now. But it doesn't seem... Can you tell us about the Dendro Dragon? We don't know anything about it. Who is it? Well, the history of dragons starts from the very beginning. Sumeru was Apep's territory. In those days, the lush... Oh, so there was no desert? But not at first. That came when a giant spike fell from the sky. In an attempt to adapt to its new environment, Apep changed color from the emerald green of the forest to the yellow of the... No wonder those two elemental life forms are always talking. Apep has always seen itself as the master of Sumeru, and has refused to recognize the new order that would... However, powerless against the power in the sky, and then the forbidden knowledge many millennia later, it's been unable to stir up, and conflicts between the two sides are destined to continue until, as far as I know, Apep had been slumbering in the desert, and King Deshret had taken a great interest in it. Maybe this is why Apep... I'm not sure what may have led it to become involved. The crystal that I have in my possession is probably the key that links the...
Thank you, Lord of Dendro. Family.
You really like them, don't you?
Family. Like. Do you not?
That's not what Paimon meant. It's just...
Does that matter? Family likes.
Paimon doesn't...
What it's trying to say is that as long as family members, you place importance on appearances, but we do not. We find the experience, these are all things that are more reliable than mere external appearances.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! Looks can always change, so it wouldn't matter. Paimon would still be able to recognize... Oh? Understood. Thank you. Still nothing new from the forest. Seems like we won't... It appears we are out of leads to follow. And if no one knows how this crystal works...
Sorry.
It's okay. It isn't your fault. I don't think it's a coincidence that neither of you can maybe it's because the crystal has a very close connection to forbidden knowledge, and if that's the case, finding the other fungi still wouldn't help us.
The crystal and the apocalypse. The Lord of Dendro. Do you
I do.
The prophecy is a story that connects events of the past and the future. A family member once said that the apocalypse is a part. The rest of the family did not approve of its opinion.
Preserving the apocalypse? Do you mean that there's still some... That's not very likely. The power of Irminsul covers... Did the prophecy say where that family...
To the limitless depths east of Sumeru. A murky place that...
Yeah, that must be the chasm. It's what if it can be converted to it? I'm sorry if I'm suddenly not making any sense. However, follow me. I'll explain it once we find that elemental life...
me up!
So that elemental life form came all the way here on its own and spent a long... Wouldn't it already have become the Withering like the others? There is a chance that it could avoid that end, using the power of something. I'm referring to what was used to fight against the Abyss. It once repaired the rifts of Teyvat. It has the ability to purify and stabilize powers that shouldn't exist in Teyvat. Forbidden knowledge that its light has shone upon is kept here forever in a different form. Yep. It's just like soap bubbles that rise to the water surface. Another strange metaphor, but...
What the Lord of Dendro means is that the apocalypse was altered by the power of the giant spike.
Yes, and it shouldn't be far from here. Let's go and take a... It's over there! Looks like we'll have to clear out the oozing filth in this area. You two should be able to take care of it, right? Yep! We know what to do!
Get to work! Burn it down! Eat Lolene! Eat Papa!
Logan.
Oh, we finally managed to rescue it!
It should be the life form from the prophecy.
That light! Wait. Something dark is coming out. What's going on? Didn't Nahida say it was purified?
Maybe it's because such a long amount of time has... Although the power of the oozing filth is more stable than that of the... It might have lost its mind after being soaked in it for such a long time.
Oh no! But we still have tons of questions we need to ask! I should be able to purge it with my elemental power. But this is our only chance. Traveler! It's okay. I trust your judgment. I was being a little hasty myself. Oh, yeah! You said that the elemental power in the crystal... You want to use its power, but...
The Lord of Dendro seems hesitant. I too would advise... It's risky to use its power without fully understanding its intended use.
Don't understand! This no good, that no...
Yes, I understand. But this is our only chance to return home.
It's okay, there's no need to argue. I'll think of something to do about the elemental power that will... How about this? Traveler, you could... I understand that you have an amazing resistance to forbidden knowledge. Don't overdo it, traveler. Paimon will be...
Lord of Dendro, and you others.
Yay! Looks like it worked!
Lord of Dendro, here in person. Does that mean... Wait, did you get smaller?
I'm sorry. That portion of my memory is highly unreliable at the moment.
That sounds about right. After all, the purpose of You once said that the apocalypse will be completely eradicated. Even you couldn't promise that you'd remember our agreement. However, you are definitely someone who stays true to your...
You and I made the agreement?
Yes, you used your power to protect me. That is the reason why I was able to survive here. To be honest, I'm nearing my end. I had thought I'd be stronger than...
No one can withstand the power of the apocalypse.
In order to preserve a somewhat stable memory, I had to change only the giant spike that fell from the sky was capable of... Is the moment I lost my chance of being but enough about me. Lord of Dendro, let's get to the important matter at hand.
I understand, and can you please tell me what this is?
This is a fire seed. It's an essential item for saving the Lord of Dendro and our people created this item together. It mimics how the Dendro dragon has been tormented by the apocalypse for... However, if you are able to reactivate its heart of Oasis, and as a result, our...
Oh, so the heart of... No wonder the crystal was able to heal this fungus just now. That's what it's used for.
What? You used the fire seed to save...
Why?
That's... never mind. It's not your fault. The fire seed contains a high concentration of elemental power inside of it. It's very powerful, yet fragile. It is not stable in its current form. To prevent any accident...
Since I am its creator, I will take responsibility.
Alright. Aside from being able to heal the Dendro dragon, in other words, you'll be able to find the Dendro dragon. But you should hurry. There is little time.
What about you?
Forget about me. You should hurry.
Everyone is returning home, including you.
As I told you, I've already lost my chance to be Lord of Dendro. I thank you for coming to find me. Our past has been saved, and our future has been ensured. It's enough for me, just knowing that they will return home.
Hey, wait! It turned into losing...
Can you use the Lumen Stone once more? I can still feel its elemental power. Please, of all of us, it deserves the chance to return.
This is a small ball of light that it left behind.
I can feel it. I can feel its knowledge and emotions. It has all... Do not be sad, my friends. Its wish has...
Because its external form doesn't matter.
Yes, because our external form does not matter. And our...
Let's go! Home. It's not much further. Follow me. We're close.
Light it up! Shower me with praise!
I can feel its power lingering and shifting around us. Sometimes it feels distant, but other times it seems close. This is its way of warning us. It has already noticed our presence.
The show begins!
We won't be able to see anything if we keep going that way. Hey, look! Something's over there! We found it. A pep. Paimon knew it would be big, but not that big.
Puny god, puny human, leave my domain. Frail life forms like you cannot survive in the endless sands of the desert.
A pep, we're here to save you.
I do not need saving, especially not by you, Boor. You are no different from Amun. Both of you have only existed for a fraction of what you know as you're better off paying attention to your path ahead, as you will fall where you've fallen before.
I know that you hate both gods and humans, but you've grown too weak now. Can't you let go of your hate?
Let go? For only a moment, foolish Boor. You will find no gratefulness from me. Even if you heal, you will only be reviving the dragon that will destroy Sumeru and the Seven Nations.
No, you're ill, that's all.
That I am. Time will bring death to all. It's unavoidable. Although I am different from the ancient dragons that came to terms with you.
There's no need for this. There's no point in fighting. What we need is the truth.
The truth. The shackles that the god of wisdom I have paid dearly for the truth. And you shall do the same.
Hey! Don't leave! Careful! Something's coming. Ah! What is that? Paimon's never seen death before!
It's our family.
Huh? They're your family too? But they don't look anything like...
External form not important. The composition of their elemental power is identical to ours. In other words,
Is this what they've become after experiencing the...
This is also a form of adaptation, although a most gruesome and pitiful one. They've gradually taken this form in order to survive the apocalypse.
Is there any way to avoid fighting them? Hey! Can you guys talk? We're here to rescue... They've given it their all just to survive.
They're being drawn by the fire seed. Only its power. All that remains are the instincts to survive and search for energy needed to do so.
So this is the result of forbidden knowledge. Would our world become the same if forbidden knowledge was allowed to rampage like fish struggling on land, unable to find a single puddle of fresh water in the entire world?
Yes, but please try to be gentle with them. They are not evil and...
Try and stop me! Light of the blazing sun! Show no mercy!
Paimon thinks they used up all their don't seem aggressive anymore.
They want to go home. Yes, it was never their intention to leave the Dendro Dragon.
Is there a way to make them revert to their elemental form? Years of torment is what turned them into their current state. It seems only the Fire Seed, or a Pep's Heart of Oasis, but it'll be risky if we use the Fire Seed again.
Correct. We cannot use the fire.
Everyone goes home, not just us.
Let me think for a second. It's fine. Let's use the power of the Fire Seed. I can't bear leaving them in the... Don't worry, the decision is on me. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. It won't require much elemental power. I'm just worried that it'll become unstable, but as long as I use my elemental power to stabilize it a little...
Thank you. Sorry. Stubborn.
Thank you, Lord of Dendro.
Returning home is the most important thing to you. I'm not doing this just to protect you, but also because I hope to use you, and after all, that giant Dendro Dragon is also your family. Maybe it would listen.
I will stand with you, Lord of Dendro. I will never...
Yes. Thank you. Alright, here it goes.
Family. We will all be able to go home soon.
Whoa. It's shining now.
Endless amounts of knowledge and emotions are moving inside of me. They're all very exciting. To imagine such growth could be achieved in such a short period of time.
It's because you're carrying everyone's hopes and dreams.
Yes, finally, we can go home.
This is the last part. Let's go.
Cave is huge. Could this be where the Dendro Dragon... Yeah. Who knows what's inside that?
Our goal is not only to find the dragon, but to also enter the world. That will be impossible if we can't get it to cooperate.
But how are we gonna do that?
I'll see what I can do. Pep, I know we don't see eye to eye, and that we have a very different understanding. However, we are both born of elemental power, and both we are not that different. And right now, we share a common enemy. We should not let our differences get in the way.
Wonder if...
I don't care about what you believe in, who you hate, or what you've done in the name of hatred. No, I'm here to save both you and your people. My people. They've been searching for a way to save you ever since they left their homeland. They yearn for a chance to return home, and now that everything is over, all the hatred that you harbor has lost its meaning. Rather than...
No response.
Your eagerness to survive means that you haven't given up on that world yet. If you claim to know so much more than I, then why don't you truly think about why you want to survive? And what... Paimon is getting sent in! Please keep everyone and send us to the homeland.
Nahida, where are we? Huh? And what about the traveler? Where'd she go?
I was only able to ensure that we made it here safely.
Well, then
Yep, let's go. I wouldn't worry
Paimon knows that. It's just that Paimon... let's hurry. She might be just a bit... What's that?
That should be the heart of Oasis. All we need to do is light it with the fires. The damage it suffered internally will also slowly begin to heal.
Then let's hurry and light it. We still need to find the traveler.
All right, hang on.
Wait! The fire seed! What happened?
It shattered. It was even more unstable than I expected.
But why? We barely used it.
I'm not sure. Perhaps the fire seed, but if I didn't use its power on everyone, there's no way of knowing. And even if that's the case, there's no reason.
Unless what?
Unless I was already in a weakened state when I created this fire seed, which would be when we had first saved the desert.
Oh no. Wait, let's put that aside. If the fire seed has shattered, wouldn't that mean we came all this way from... Oh. Do you know what we should do now, Nahida?
Don't worry, Paimon. This is my responsibility. Although my elemental power is slightly different than that of elemental life forms, so all I have to do is imitate that power, while adding some of my own.
You're gonna become the fire seed?
Yes. It'll take a lot of power from me, but I might, however...
What happens if you...
I'll become a blade of grass, or a twig. Basically, I'll return to... I will be able to unleash power beyond my limits if I can reverse the process of growth.
But you'll lose everything. You'll not only lose your appearance, but...
That's all right. None of that matters compared to the dangers that a pep is facing right now.
No, wait! There has to be another way. Besides, what will Sumeru do?
Maybe you and the Traveler can plant me in the soil of... I can still communicate with the world through the forest. It's just that...
You can't be serious. If the Traveler were here, she'd definitely... If we knew this was how you were going to take responsibility...
I'm sorry, Paimon, but we're out of options. Not all eagles who have fallen to the ground can soar in the sky once again. But if no risks are taken, then the eagle will be
No! Please, no, The fire seed shattered, and she's...
I know. A sacrifice must be made, but not by the Lord of Dendro. We've all grown on this long journey. If the purpose of that growth was to return home, then our wishes have come true. Would you lend us your power?
You knew it would come to this. All the knowledge, language, and emotions that you have learned will be reverted into pure elemental energy. In your new homeland, nothing of who you were will remain. You won't be remembered by anyone. Is that truly the return you've always dreamed of?
Lord of Dendro, don't be sad. This is not your home. We go home. Lord of Dendro,
First, please, feel our heartfelt desires. Awaken!
To imagine such growth could be achieved in such
It's because you're carrying everyone's hopes and dreams.
Thank you for protecting your elemental power. Mine. We may never meet again. I will wait for her no matter how long it takes. This is the agreement we made.
Wrath of the sky! Rev the engines! Ready.
The Temple of Wisdom! The show begins! Let my name echo in song!
Time to testify. Light of the blazing sun!
Hey! Can you hear Paimon? Say something! You fungi said that your form didn't matter, right? Then let us know that you're alright!
Their knowledge, memories, and emotions have been reverted to elemental power and release. The guardians that have accompanied me for countless eras have also transformed into... They will be born once again now that they're one. There's nothing to be sad about.
That's different! They won't ever be the same. Paimon, we will never understand it, and it will never understand us. That's how it's done. But as long as you can be healthy again, then nothing Samara will be free from threat.
I thought that my rage would be kindled once my power... However, what I feel now is a feeling that has long eluded me.
The forbidden knowledge influenced you ever since you were contaminated, greatly amplifying your...
Yes, there's no denying that. Although my hatred for that usurper from beyond the heavens still stirs deep within. Be that as it may, my position still stands. When you inevitably perish due to your ever-expanding curiosity, I will still sneer and mock you in my...
Yeesh! Who can put up with you? I respect your decision, and with time, I will prove before you begin resting. There is one last thing I would... How did you become affected by forbidden...
It's a long story. We all once believed in the distant past that only forbidden the Dragon King acquired the power of darkness from outside of this world and led us in a fight against the Order.
Dragon King?
An unimaginable war took place into that, causing destruction. In war, the victor would inherit the right to shape the world. But I didn't give up on searching for a way to turn the tide. As I attempted to collect more forbidden knowledge from the corners of the world, sand dunes arose where there was only forest. And it was as if even Sumeru itself...
But you still didn't give up, did you? Because of Amun?
Yes. Al-Ahmar eventually obtained this power with the help of Nabu. His ambitions continued to grow, and he planned to establish a powerful kingdom in mind. Although I didn't think much of him, I allowed... The condition was that after his death, at that time, I still harbored deep regrets. Some of the dragons have grown close to your kind, and have forgotten all about our hatred from... And some died, leaving behind nothing but their bone. But for me, the scales and will of the Dragon King still shine bright, and I will follow them until the...
You really are insane.
When Al-Ahmar's proud kingdom collapsed, I swallowed him whole as I agreed, and absorbed his element. However, what I gained, I used up all my strength just trying to keep the pain under control. But even then, I still believed.
So that's how the apocalypse started.
I admit that I fell for his trap. I was tiny Booer, and the rest of you. Continue. How far will a life so dear and precious to the...
Hey! Looks like we've been sent back.
The dragon will need to rest for a very... It's not as ruthless as it was before. Curing the dragon...
Nobody's in a good mood when they're feeling sick. Even though we accomplished something really important, Paimon still doesn't feel happy for some reason.
Indeed. Although they'll still have the chance to be born, each opportunity for growth is unique in its own way. Perhaps the immense power we released was the pouring out of all these irreplaceable...
Can you really call a place with no family your
family? Right! Those two fungi might be waiting for it to return.
Oh yeah! Let's hurry and go take a look! They're still here! Have they really been waiting here all this time?
We're back! I'm sorry. I really am. Don't be sad. It did it to protect you. Your happiness, it said that Newer is its most important family member. That's your name, isn't it? Wow. This is wonderful. So it has that they will definitely meet again. Someday.
Well, if it isn't the Traveler and Paimon. Wasn't expecting to see...
Hello there. Oh, it's been quite a while.
Huh. So you two are still hanging out together. Dia, didn't you say last time?
I said I was going to resign from being her bodyguard. Not that our friendship was over. We're still the best of friends. The Homayanis also still post jobs from time to time. Their pay is always generous. So me and the...
I told Dia to just stay at our place when she took one of those jobs a few days ago. My parents were delighted. They even said that it always felt like we were missing someone whenever...
That sounds like something they would say, all right. They're always... Anyway, the job is already taken care of, so I was gonna head back to the brigade as soon as I finished.
You can stay for as many days as you want, Dia. Father hasn't even gotten around to treating you to his best dishes yet.
You know I'm not the kind of person to stay put in one place like that, my lady. Don't...
What? She said they'll treat you to the best dishes! I can't believe you can still refuse that!
But wait, didn't you say last time that you would take me on a trip to the desert? Why don't you? There are so many places I still haven't visited yet.
I'm sorry, my lady, but no can do. There's still a few things I need to take care of back at the brigade. Besides, the desert hasn't exactly...
Oh, come on. Not this again. That's also what you said last time and the time before that.
I know, I'm sorry. Just give me some more time.
All right, fine. To be perfectly honest, it's not that I wanted to go, it's more like... ever since you first set foot on the estate a few days ago, you've been acting anxious and even paranoid. Have you been delaying our trip because you've run into some kind of trouble?
Nah, are you kidding?
Would you swear on that? Friends shouldn't lie to each other, you know. Wouldn't pry any further if you're willing to swear up. But if something really is bothering you, then just...
Oh, looks like Junior's eye was on.
You're too perceptive, my lady. I just thought that nothing good could come out of telling you about the messy happenings of mercenary life is a dog-eat-dog world where Mora reigns supreme. Everything operates on a completely different set of rules.
That doesn't change anything about what I just said, though. We're still friends.
My lady, you're not gonna stop. All right, I'll share what I know. Let's go somewhere else first. This isn't exactly... Okay, let's talk here. Just try not to draw any extra attention. As you may already know, the Eremites have both a lot of mercenaries and a complex organizational structure. Many mercs are no different than me. Just going around, look, my brigade is called the Blazing Beasts. We're not a large group, but every member is loyal. However, not all Eremite brigades are like mine. Some are willing to cross all kinds of lines for the sake of Mora. The most notorious is a
Deshret's relics. Judging from the name, they must really look up to...
Yep, you got it. I've heard that you've already crossed paths with Ain al-Akmar. They're one of...
Oh, you mean the group that tried to sell us the Divine Knowledge Capsule?
Deshret's relics is composed of many smaller brigades like Ain al-Akmar. The relics headquarters issues orders. On any other day, I would want nothing to do with them. Unfortunately, though, the brigade...
Dakan?
I think it means beard or something. Believe me, it's a really stupid name. I found... Anyway, the real issue is that Dakan al-Akmar is led by my father.
Say what now?
I think I'm starting to understand your anxiety now. But what did they do?
I won't go into details, my lady. But they've been involved in a lot of
Hundreds?
Yep. The scenes tend to be quite gruesome, too. They strip the victim. Not only have they targeted merchant caravans and ordinary citizens...
That's beyond terrible. They won't even...
I don't know how Deshret's relic sees it. All I do know is that Dakan al-Akmar has become more and more aggressive over the last few years. If I don't do something about them, then even my brigade or the people of Aru village could become their next target. I just wish I knew what's driven him to do this.
Yeah. How can your father do such terrible things?
I don't know. People change. He's always been pretty pathetic. But at least in the past, there were still a few lines that he wouldn't cross.
That's setting the bar pretty low.
I mean, if he was even remotely decent, then why would I have to leave the brigade and cut? He was loud and foolish, with no real sense of purpose. Instead of doing anything useful, he spent most of his time drinking and chasing after women. Of course, the other brigade members were just like him. Their ruckus would go on night after night.
Sounds like a nightmare.
What about your mother? Did she ever step in to stop them?
Unfortunately, I never knew my mother.
I'm sorry, Dia.
It's all right, my lady. That's pretty common in mercenary circles. Didn't I mention that my father was chasing after women? I was the result of one of those encounters with some... He told me that he wasn't sure who my mother was. And in any case, she never came to see me. He'd say, "You'll be fine as long as you remember to stick with Dad." But even then, he left most of the parenting to the brigade. But the problem was that he had terrible taste. He only knew a few stories, and even those they were tales of desert warriors defeating dragons in the forest, or stories of mercenaries rescuing princesses from rebel armies.
Sounds like your typical fairy.
More or less, yeah. They were interesting maybe the first or second time. He seemed to think those stories were the best things ever, though. He was so into them that he'd call the whole brigade over and make them perform the whole thing as a play. Even the toys he gave me would all be story props. I'd get helmet. It was only much later when I realized that the shows were more...
What an interesting guy.
Yeah, I've always found him pretty childish. That was something I could just shrug off. I had no reason to despise him until I grew up and learned the true face of Deshret's relics for my looting, blackmail, violence, and fraud. They not only accepted such heinous acts, no one in the brigade was any kind of hero. Instead, my father and his cronies were more... Did they really think that as long as they didn't do any of that stuff right in front of me, I would never know?
I think I can understand your feelings. The difference between perception and reality must have hit hard.
Yeah, but don't worry, my lady. It's all water under the bridge to me now. I had a huge argument with my father and left that place behind for good. I'm not investigating them due to any bitter feelings I still have towards my father. I just want to protect those that are close to me. Yeah, I told the boys to gather as much information as they could. Most of the reports concern violent incidents, but there's also some talk of smuggling.
I see. But isn't this investigation incredibly dangerous?
It is, but every mercenary lives life on the edge. It's a lifestyle that I enjoy.
That may be true, but it'll be impossible for those who care about you not to worry.
Well, now you get why I didn't want to
What should we do? They both have valid concerns.
Huh? But there's no need for you to get caught up in this.
Well, she's super tough, so if she went into the desert with you, then Paimon bets the problem.
I'm inclined to agree. I'd feel a lot more at ease if you took her along to help. I'll wait for news from you in the city until then. Please.
I'm honored that you care. All right, then let's get moving. Our first stop will be Caravan.
Hey, Dia, you're back. Are these two friends of yours? Likewise. There's no need to be... Anyway, since we've got newcomers, let me fill you in on what they've become extremely aggressive. Apparently even their own now. They even attack other relics brigades, just the same as any other mercenary brigade.
Even the most ferocious beasts still protect their own. But it sounds like they've thrown that...
That's right. Once they've collected enough loot off the other mercenaries, a portion of their profits is immediately exchanged for more food.
That's terrible!
Yeah, and it really makes you wonder why they're so desperate for Mora. A few days ago, Isham and I trailed them for a while, and even disguised ourselves as merchants to conduct trade with them. we were able to learn a few things from the... Rather than saying they're out to plunder and hoard Mora, it probably...
Wait, a power struggle?
You heard me right. The vast majority of their victims are mercenaries from the other... If their only goal was Mora, they could have gone after anybody. The targeted nature of their attacks points to a power struggle between the different brigades within the relics. That's the only plausible Unfortunately, we weren't able to find out anything more specific. Oh, one last thing we discovered was that over the past few years, as Dakan al-Ahmar became more and more active,
Sounds mighty strange to me too. Harun, you can leave the rest of the investigation to us. Gotta say though, I didn't expect you to go on a whole undercover mission during the few days I was gone.
Nah, it was nothing. We're just as concerned about the situation as you are. Dakan al-Ahmar is your...
What he said. Besides, Dia, haven't you done more dangerous things than all of us?
Yeah. And while they went to talk with Dakan al-Ahmar, I took a look at the last camp they attacked. Any survivors of the attack were already long gone. There was nothing...
Hisham and Khalaf. You're here too.
We rushed over as soon as we saw you come into Caravan Reebok. Although this new friend of yours looks a little green behind the ears, I'm sensing a... Now that we know you'll have a capable partner with you, we can also...
Hey, what about Paimon?
Oh, you're also planning to...
Of course! Paimon is the Traveler's most important guy!
Oh. In that case, then you better take care of her too, Dia.
Don't underestimate Paimon!
Don't worry about her. She may look tiny and helpless, but she's been through just as many battles as... Even if she had only survived on sheer luck, then that alone would still make...
I had no idea. I guess I shouldn't judge by appearances.
Oh, one other thing, Dia. When you're free, why don't you update the deputy about your upcoming schedule? We held another recruitment event a few days ago, but everyone only came to see the Flame Main. You weren't around at the time, so people were pretty disappointed to only find our crew of... The deputy put a lot of effort into the event, but it was basically for nothing. Only a few people chose to stay, and that really got to him.
Sorry to hear that. I'll be sure to bring him some great liquor next time. I left in a hurry, and I couldn't make it back in time for the event.
Gotta admit, I can understand their disappointment, though. You're our brigade. Now, if only the deputy could figure out a way to bring a few more smoking hot members into our rank.
Keep dreaming. Remember the last time I invited a couple gals into the brigade? You all just froze up with your mouths gaping like a The awkward silence and weird expressions left quite the impression on them. They were originally interested in joining us, but after that, they both told me they were too...
Hey, didn't we agree to never bring that up again?
Huh? Wait, are you serious? Why have I never heard about this?
I don't think you were part of the brigade yet.
Are you kidding me? I missed a once-in-a-lifetime moment like that, and you weren't even gonna
All right. We can tell you about it later. Now's not...
Hey, don't you try to change the subject. You and Hisham get your butts over here and tell me everything right now.
Are they? Always...
More or less. There aren't many rules or graces when it comes to mercenaries. We're used to just speaking our minds. If someone starts getting under your skin, you just yell right back at them. And if that doesn't put an end to it, but we also don't tend to take many things too seriously. Being direct and getting it all out of your system as soon as things come. That's also why I never spare their feelings when I talk to them. If I want to laugh, I'll laugh. If I'm angry, then I'll unload on them. Hey, knuckleheads! Can you at least tell me the rest of the intel before you...
Yeah, you hear her, Khalaf? Told you we gotta focus on the investigation first. All you gotta do is wait and ambush them in the evening.
Perfect. Thanks for that. Be sure to pass my regard.
Will do. You stay safe, Dia.
Show no mercy!
This should be the place. Let's find a spot to hide. It's gonna come down to a fight one way or another. So let's all...
No need to worry. She knows her way.
I'm not worried about that. What I meant is that we probably shouldn't go too hard on the end. Here they come. You ready? Let's not give them a chance to react and end this.
That's close enough.
Let's get it on!
Lucky today.
Pyroclastic surge! Fulfill our path!
You're the Flame Mane.
Good. That saves me an introduction. All right, time for a little talk. Are you buddies with Dakana Lakmar now?
You know the code of being a mercenary just like everyone else. The first rule is to never divulge key information about...
That might have worked on an amateur, but I know you're just looking to protect your reputation. Think about it, though. What's your reputation worth if you won't have the other tools you need to succeed in this line of work? Tools like, you've got 5 seconds. You might want to think twice about how much your employer's information is worth to you. I'm not joking around. We can do this the easy way or the painful way. 2 seconds!
I'll save you the trouble.
Huh? Are you crazy? He tried to bite off his own tongue. Quick, search the area for any first aid supplies. I definitely didn't expect him to go that far. Thankfully...
Why would he be...
I just wanted to test his mettle. You can get a lot of mercenaries to talk, just... I didn't expect him to be willing to go through so much pain just to deny it.
Well, he's out cold for now. We could wait for him to wake up, but maybe it's not a good idea to interrogate...
Yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be a waste of time to interrogate him again after that. He might... There are lots of goods around here. I'm really sorry.
We found a piece of paper with a bunch of names on it. Maybe it's a record of something.
Let me take a look. If this really is a merchant caravan, they should have a record. Yep. I see an entry for Dakana Lakmar right here. Kusela, Idrisi, Bashar, and Tikrit. All familiar names. Dakana Lakmar has been trading for a hefty supply of... This caravan is just one link in their logistics chain. Once in the rainforest, that person will then pack the caravan full of necessary goods. Wait, why is there no Mora value recorded?
No value?
Yeah. Every transaction before the last one was marked with an exact amount of Mora. But the final one, where they paid for everything to be brought... perhaps. But they couldn't have known how much they would make. Anyway, the next part's the records of the goods themselves. There are a lot of entries. Huh?
What's wrong?
Shazamon Homayani?
Homayani? You mean Junior's,
I'd be surprised to find someone with the exact same first and last name. Shazamon... Just what the heck is going on here? I'm sorry. You're right. I'll consider what we found, but what this piece of paper confirms is that the Homayani family has been provided...
What if the Homayanis have been kept in the dark and don't know they've been trading with Dakana?
That's a possibility, but if that was the case, why is this caravan specifically named? They could have just as easily bought goods such as food and medicine directly from Caravan Rebot or Port Ormos. Yeah, funding violence and looting. The brigade gets the goods, and he...
But why would he do something like this?
I honestly have no idea. I've been to their estate many times, and I've never noticed anything The only potentially large expenditure I could think of would be the treatment costs for Dunyarzad's Elazar. Maybe they borrowed, but that's still just a speculation. I don't think the master would stoop so low to make Mora. You're probably right. I know my lady's personality.
But what should we do now? All we found is just another
If you ask me, I'm not worried. It's too early to make a verdict yet. Let's go find my lady again. We'll tell her everything, and if we're lucky, we can not only figure out the mystery of this paper, but also...
Dia, are you sure this is the best decision? What if instead of...
I've considered that possibility. But even still, I want to tell... She showed genuine concern for me when we first brought up the topic. I can't repay her... That's not how I deal with people.
You're right. Paimon wants to trust Dunyarzad too.
Yeah. Let's pay another visit to Sumer. We're back, my lady.
Oh, you're back a lot sooner than I expected. You mustn't have run into any trouble then.
Actually, we're still investigating.
I see. The clues you found have led you back.
Something like that.
You all look a little dispirited. Why don't you discuss it with me?
It's okay, my lady. It's not so much about me being a...
So something is wrong. Even the Traveler and Paimon have been... On any other day, Paimon would have already waved to me with a smile and shouted, Dunyarzad, we're back! So tell me...
My lady, please prepare yourself for...
The Master. Okay, I understand. My father has been supplanted.
Yeah, it makes as little sense to us. I've never doubted the Master's integrity, so I'm having a real hard time. Maybe he's not actually aware of the full story and just stumbled into the deal by...
I can't help but agree with the Traveler.
Huh? You mean you feel the same...
Thank you for sharing all this information with... Since you've told me everything you know, I should also tell you. In the past, I thought that my father hired a bodyguard for me, so... However, there are plenty of capable mercenaries in the Corps of 30.
About that. Well, the Homayanis really needed body. Later, the Master told me that I was one of the best mercenaries he'd ever seen, and that I should stick... He offered me a pile of Mora, so I...
Well, but that didn't really answer my question.
Maybe the Corps of 30 just didn't have anyone available, or maybe someone... I think I get what you're saying.
You think... Precisely. At first glance, nothing seemed strange or out of... If my father had always been in contact with Dakan al-Akmar, then it would make sense.
You mean the goal all along was to get Dia to be your
No, that's too much of a stretch. I cut all ties...
That still doesn't rule out the possibility that your father...
So, the Master was not likely an innocent victim in all of...
Sorry we put all this on you so suddenly, Dunyarzad.
It's okay, Paimon. I should actually be thanking you. Regardless of his reasons, if my father has truly been funding a violent group of mercenaries...
But is that... My father has committed many atrocities and deserves all the punishment that he has coming to him. However, the Homayani family has treated me with nothing but... If we decide to investigate this further, we could end up implicating the entire Homayani family.
Dia...
It's alright, Dia. If anyone were to ask, you could...
You don't have to do that, my lady. I'm not conflicted because I'm afraid of taking...
Hey! It's still too early to give up hope! What was that thing about friendship again? Right, yeah, trust! Besides, there's no point on getting all riled up before we've confirmed all the facts!
Thank you, everyone. That makes a lot of sense. In which case, my lady, could you ask the Master...
Sure thing. I also hope he'll be able to...
Usual play?
Thank you for coming, sir. Please allow me to introduce these two. This...
Yes, my daughter has mentioned it, but we may skip all the pleasantries for now.
Well, we wanted to bring this transaction record to you.
So, that's what you found?
If you wouldn't mind, we'd like an explanation.
Well, it's a long and difficult... What I do know, though, dear, is that the truth will bring you...
Wait.
Yes. I understand perfectly why you came to see me. And I am... But knowledge always comes at a price. And sometime, your father Kusela and I both believed that. Of course, you have the right to seek and learn. The facts of this matter may reduce everything you've built. If you must proceed, then Kusela...
His heartfelt effort. I've made it this far in life without a single drop of my father. I have my own ideals and ways of looking at the world, as well as people and causes that I've chosen to cherish. And I came here today to support you as the head of the Homayani.
I understand. Our family once needed to take a trip to the desert when Dunyarzad was just a baby. They had superior numbers and quickly overpowered our bodyguards. Those Eremites were Kusela's brigade. Kusela's men told me that the attackers were Eremite mercenaries, just like themselves. I was... Kusela was grinning and walked over to play with baby Dunyarzad. She was startled by his
Really?
He said that he had no particular reason to help us. We started talking about our children, and I sensed that he would to repay his kindness. I hired his brigade to help out at our estate.
So, that's what...
It was many years before I saw him again. I almost didn't recognize the man I knew to be strong and healthy had been reduced.
So, what happened to him? He was perfect...
I'm not too sure myself. The only thing that didn't change was his... He then suddenly asked me if Dunyarzad, now that she had grown, would need a... At the time, Dunyarzad was going through a particularly severe bout of her Elazar, but he kept coming back to the topic. Come on, it never hurts. I was completely lost at first, until he recommended the Blazing Beasts.
So he was the one who
Indeed. He didn't say it out loud, but it was clear that he saw Deshret's relics as an evil group who would eventually corrupt every member, and he was already beyond redemption, but he hoped that he would be able to detach his daughter. If Dia could stay in my house and keep working as a bodyguard, then gradually...
And that's why you offered her such...
Yes, but not just because of that. And that's also why I tried to persuade you to stay when you asked for permission to leave. I was willing to spec... Kusela saved my daughter and me all those years ago in the desert. I could never refuse him entrusting his daughter.
He was always like that. Acting like he's oh so smart and self-righteous.
Kusela said that he'd reimburse me for a portion of Dia's fees. I refused to take any... Eventually, I just accepted them as a token of his gratitude. And that went off. The letter contained a request to help him buy food.
Wait! Isn't that around the time that Takano asked?
That's right. When I started to hear some nasty rumors, I became... But by then, he was no longer receptive to my requests to talk. If I had to guess, that thought occurred to me as well. I figured that he probably came to me after some deliberation. I decided to send him some food and medicine. I am aware that even such a reduced gesture of support could lead to others coming to harm, but in the end, it probably was the wrong decision. I plugged my ears to the rumors.
If you can, please tell me where he... None of the things he's doing right now make any sense if he's just trying to keep me from getting tangled up in it. If all he wants to do is steer clear of me, then maybe he shouldn't have brought me into this...
Oh no. Dia, please don't feel...
I'm just angry because I can't wrap my head around any of his actions. I don't know. I really don't know, but I guess you do have a point. We haven't uncovered the whole truth yet.
I'll do my best to help. Of course, anything. I don't know Kusela's exact whereabouts. Outside of supplying his brigade with some goods, I tried my... However, there's a man on the list named Jawed. He used to be a mercenary in the desert and is now a member of... He's responsible for supplying weapons and liaising with the Dakan al-Ahmar's merchant. I've heard that he likes to have a few drinks alone and enjoy the cool wind at night outside the tavern. Maybe you'll be able to find...
Understood. Thank you, sir.
I'll stay and be with my father here. To be honest, my father has indeed done something wrong, but I feel like our only course of action is to...
Yes. I am prepared. It's time to face my mistakes.
I hope you'll have a wonderful day.
Huh? Who are you guys?
I know what you've been up to. Smuggling weapons to violent brigades in the desert while working for the...
Shh! Keep your voice down. How do you come with me? We should take this elsewhere. I'll be happy to talk things over. This place should do. Alright, back to my question.
Don't worry about that for now. You know what kind of...
Wait, there's no need to jump the gun. Let's talk this...
So what's in it for you anyway?
Well, I was a little tight on money at the time. I weighed it in my mind, and I couldn't find a reason to turn the opportunity down.
Let me tell you how it is. We're investigating Dakhan al-Akmar. If you provide some help for us, then we might just put in a...
Hey, why don't we discuss this a little first? Listen.
Shut it. My patience is running out. You should know when a mercenary is after something.
All right, sheesh. But you gotta promise you'll put in some nice words. They're always on the move. Here's the spot they were at the last time I made my delivery. Feel free to go have a look. I'm just telling you though, it's not on me if they're not there anymore.
Sure. And then you can forget about any nice words from us.
Hey, come on. Now you...
Really? And how do I know you're not leading us straight into a trap? Don't forget, you're the one...
All right, I get it. Why don't you go take a look, and if they're...
Now that's more like it. Let's move. And as for you, try to stick around the city until we get back. You don't want us to call the folks from the Corps and...
Oh, that wasn't me spitting on the ground. I know better than that. I just had some sand in my mouth, I swear.
Seems like we're in luck. Let's go. We'll finally get to the bottom of this ourselves. I'm here to see Kusela. Tell him to get out here.
Dear, why are you here?
Get to work!
Into the shadows. Haven't you all done enough?
So you also need to stop us.
Stay out of it. She's so strong.
Enough fighting. We all know each other, and I don't want to take things too far. Just bring Kusela to me. There's no use hiding him anymore. Did you understand a single word I just said?
All right, everyone, let's all just calm down. Dia. The boss, he died a long time ago.
What?
Seems like you've been out of the loop for a while. Guess that's for the best, though.
When did he die? What happened to him?
A few years ago, Kusela broke up Dakan al-Ahmar and went to the Deshret's Relics headquarters.
So is that when you guys started acting up?
We would prefer to call it taking revenge. Every last person in Deshret's Relics must pay in blood for what they did.
Let me start from the beginning. Dia, do you know how the head...
Overwhelming strength and unquestionable authority?
Those were a part of it, yes. But just those on their own weren't enough. They had another regardless of whether they joined by their own will or were coerced. Every person, whether it be their deepest sin, some unforgivable act, or their most immoral exploit, the record served both as a symbol of loyalty and the perfect material for blackmail. That's precisely it. Every one of us have a record. Me, Bashar, Tikriti, and all the but you, Dia. You were never asked to provide a record, were...
I never even knew this was a
You were probably the only person in all of Deshret's Relics.
Ever since you were born, Boss had been trying to shield you from this organization. Not only that, but he also banned all of us from committing any nefarious acts. But in the end, he was just an ordinary person. He was forced to go to headquarters again and again to account for missed dues and incomplete records. He'd come up with all kinds of
We all knew he was doing that for you. He wanted to get you out of this world, no matter what it took.
And that's why he became a shell of himself and couldn't walk without a cane.
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. I didn't know...
Because you were too young at the time. How would you ever tell between wounds from a beating and wounds... When you left home after that final argument with him, he seemed to age by a decade overnight. Even his hair went gray.
So, even the Blazing Beast...
Yep. It was all his doing. Had he not arranged them to come to you, you probably would have been reduced to a pulp before you ever left the desert.
A few years ago, Boss said he needed to make another trip to headquarters. He was already pretty weak then, and we all assumed... I suggested that he hand the role of leadership over to me, but he said there was no longer any need. Since the Khan al-Ahmar... His words made no sense to me. But that night, we heard that a massive fire tore through headquarters and razed...
Everyone gained their freedom that night. Many members fled, not just from our ranks, but from the other brigades as well. But how could we leave with a clear conscience? All of us who knew exactly what had happened.
The boss can't have just died for nothing. Those heartless jerks at headquarters took him from us.
From that point on, the sole purpose of the Khan al-Ahmar, the big fire that Boss started, was quite a blow to headquarters strength. It's given us the opportunity to launch our attack. Even though we're outnumbered, we vowed to see our revenge through to the very end. There were people from headquarters who changed their names and went into hiding. Some fled, but we won't let any of them escape our wrath.
We've suffered plenty of losses as well. To keep going, we need an enormous amount of supply. All we can do is exchange our loot from Mora, and then use that to get... We forged Boss's handwriting and sent out many letters to his former friends. Thankfully, many people were with... We were also able to attract many mercenaries who shared our goal. We've endured unspeakable pain to win many, and Deshret's relics have become weaker and weaker. And now, we
Paimon doesn't know what to say anymore.
We do know right from wrong, but we were sinners from the very beginning. Boss always loved his old-fashioned hero stories. Those tales about sacrificing... We used to always laugh at him for it. But in the end, he really... As for me, I never considered myself a hero. We're all the... But maybe those hero stories he liked foreshadowed everything that was to come. Maybe we were all just acting along with the play in the beginning. But as we acted the parts and recited... I'm sorry, Dia. I know you always found us insufferable ever since you...
I'll go with you.
Huh? Dia?
I grew up with these guys, and I know they're not bad people. It's just that all I know is that Deshret's relics must be. Furthermore, I want to go see the place for myself. I want to know if my. I know you don't want to get involved in this, so there's no need for you to tag along. I can do this on my own.
Yeah. Paimon feels like we'd only regret it if we don't see this through.
Thank you.
I bet Boss would lose his mind if he ever knew you'd...
Considering all the losses and injuries we sustained,
He can think whatever he wants. But the fact is...
Is this the entrance? We sure didn't run into much trouble on the way here. Wow. Paimon didn't expect it to look like...
They should all be holed up in here. Don't know how many people...
Who cares? We'll round up all of them.
still, we should be careful. Even if they've only got one shot left, it could still take us out.
Yeah, we'll know what they're really capable of once we've landed some hits. Deshret's relics may have been a force to be reckoned with before.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance with you here.
Let's get it on! Ready.
Shower me praise! Yoo-hoo! Time to shine!
Light it up!
Fulfill our pact!
Into the shadows.
Lolling! East Papa!
Pyroclastic surge! Hunt them down. Move it.
You asked for it!
This way, follow me. We're almost there.
You guys okay?
It seems like we just got trapped in here. Don't think we...
Watch out! The enemy's coming from ahead!
Well, now that things have come to this, seems we'll have to fight.
Don't worry about us. We knew something like this could happen. Let's go! We can't let the boss down!
Let's check if there's another way! The sooner we can make it through to help them, the better!
Let's see. I think I see a way through over there, but it's being blocked.
Okay, let's go!
Suffer the wrath of each breath from the sky!
Another mechanism like the one before, but this one's being blocked off in the middle.
We just need to adjust it a little.
Show no mercy! Let my name echo in song! Time to testify. Ready. Gloves off. Hunt them down. Keep lolling, keep papa, get him! Let the world collide!
I wasn't expecting anyone to make it through from the other side, but as a desert dweller, I suppose we should be used to...
Don't waste your breath. You have nowhere to run.
Run. I witnessed the golden age of Deshret's relics. Even if I could leave this place behind, even now, my brother, the greatest, should never live to remember their fall.
So you want to go out in a blaze of glory.
Let us draw our weapons! We will show them the true power King Deshret bestowed upon his followers! They are but two, while we hold within ourselves the entirety of the relic's glory. Wave 1, charge! Eliminate them!
Suffer the wrath of the East! Alive!
Don't think that you won. You're just getting started.
Loaded.
Now you're testing my patience. Let my name echo in song. May I present you two? Time to end them.
King Deshret will not abandon any one of his followers.
On sight. Pyroclastic surge.
Brothers! This is where we prove our faith.
You all just wanna die?
None of us plan to leave this place alive!
Lolling, eat Papa, get a breath from the sky! Try and stop me! The show begins!
The commander has finally fallen.
But they're still coming at us! This place is like gladiators' ring. They just keep coming no matter how many we beat!
Yes! Keep fighting! There's no need to fear, and no need to back down!
When the next wave comes, try to draw away their attack. I'm going to see if I can take out that hot...
Get out of my way!
Come and face me, Michel! So they've broken through the front as well.
Apologies, Lord Michal. They fight like absolute madmen!
So, it would seem like this is
Time to pay for everything you've done.
You think I would give you that I will be buried in the sand alongside all the rest of our fading glory?
Hey, wait!
We were too late.
It's over. There's no more need to fight. But if you're still going to cling on to your so-called mercenary's pride, then I'll give you all a good beating as well.
Hey, dear! I found the mechanism. I'll get you all back up here right away.
Let's go.
Return to the skies!
Who are you filthy rats? And why are you always pestering us?
You call yourself a member of the infamous Deshret's relics, and you still can't even tell who's made it all the way to your headquarters?
Who knows what intent a bunch of rats may have? We try to catch a couple, and you all just show up on the other side instead.
Hey, have you ever heard of a man by the name of Kusela?
Why would I know? It's not like I'm in charge or anything.
This is your last chance.
Hey, I said I don't know anything. I'm just an average member here. I'm telling the truth. If you're here to find someone, why don't you look through the records yourselves?
Who can remember every name and face with so many people coming in and out every day?
The irony. His life became a light for so many, yet to others... Where's the records room?
It's right over there. All the files are in there. You can go through them as much as you want. It's not like
I mean the old records room.
The old records room? You mean the one that got Kusela? Ah, yeah, I remember him now. Watch your mouth. That's our boss you're talking about. He was definitely faking it. We all let our guard down as soon as we saw him come hobbling, but in the short time it supposedly took him to take a dump, he couldn't have possibly outrun us if he wasn't a fraud. And after that, Deshret's relics fell into complete disarray.
Stop wasting our time. Every one of us here is perfectly... Tell me, where is the old...
It's just over there. Go see it for yourself if it means that much. There's nothing left in there but ashes. No human could ever survive. Bashar, Tikriti, let's go. We'll leave the others here to guard. Spare them no mercy if they try anything.
So, this was his final destination. How did he do it? Getting past all the guards with a limp and sneak... If he was nimble enough to do that, then he must have been able to get out of here after... I'm sorry. I know it's just wishful thinking. Let's look around. Maybe we can find something...
Is this a king?
Kusela.
Thanks for everything, boss.
We're fortunate to somehow find that cane after that fire.
Let's split up and look around some more. What if something else has been left behind?
But what else could survive a fire like that?
Huh? Thought so.
Wait! Isn't that the toy sword you played with as a child?
The dragon is no more, for Princess Dia has slain it. Its head now hangs above the city gates. Her bravery has brought eternal peace and prosperity to us all. Dia, come on. This is the most important line.
You can do it.
But Dia, you defeated the dragon. Everyone's waiting for your speech. Still too shy, huh? All right, I'll do it. I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more.
I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more, Dad. What's this?
Don't you remember? You asked Paimon what she would do if she were to wake up tomorrow with... And Paimon said that she would get boatloads of tasty snacks. You were super confused at the time. These opportunities don't come by often. So today, Paimon's gonna treat you to a special crash course on Paimon's... Hey, come on! Paimon's not that stingy. Anyway, the point is that you should eat to your heart's content. Junior Azad will also be here shortly. She's up...
Aw, thanks you two. Honestly, This is very unlike me. My chest was filled with all kinds of intense emotions. They just shook me but when everything came to an end, those emotions also vanished without. It was as if I'd lost the thing that was most important to me. Yeah, you're right. To many mercenaries, Mora is the most important thing, and Idrisi and the others all used to say that they would quit if there was no Mora to be had. My reality shattered when I found out that the father who always told me hero stories was in fact a bad guy. Despite all my promises about never forgiving him and never trying to understand him, I still went to such length. We're hypocrites. All of us. Yeah, you're right. It's just a pity that we often only recognize our true.
You're back! Are all of you alright?
Ah, there she is.
Yeah. Many people from the Corps of 30 came over, and I just wrapped up everything with my dad. Huh? Dia, you're looking quite down again.
Hana will explain. A lot happened while we were...
I'm sorry. I really should have controlled my emotions.
It's all right, my lady. You were hurt by all of this as well. Truth be told.
Dia, your pain must be even worse.
Hey, don't worry about me. If anything, my father probably thought that people could settle into new lives as long as they moved to a new environment. That thought has even crossed my mind a few times. It's like saying, what's wrong? However, there was always something deep within my mind that refused to accept it. This impulse brought me great turn, but now that I consider it again, it all makes sense. The desert sands are...
I understand how you feel.
That doesn't mean I won't be making any changes to my life, though. As an example, I'm now thinking about taking a... It's just like Idrisi said. I also want to catch up to my father and become a character in his play, even if the ending of the story may be childish and ridiculous.
Isn't that neat, though? Oh, you'll be a whole new kind of mercenary, one that's not... Why don't we go for a change of scenery once we finish eating?
Right. You said you wanted to get a rug for your family.
We'll come along too.
I can't thank you enough for taking...
Take me, stars above. This rug here is quite something. The craftsmanship is...
Ah, here you are. Finally, I found you.
Hey! Aren't you that mercenary who bit his tongue? You can still talk. Wait, are you here to take...
What are you talking about? Do I look like I could take you all in a fight? I just came here to give you. Once I woke up, I hurried to the Khan al-Ahmar's camp,
hoping to alert them to your presence. But when I got there, I found no one except the members who were still too injured to move.
Ah, so you probably got there after us.
Yeah, they told me that they had exacted their revenge, and everyone had turned themselves in to the authorities. I had joined the cause to repay an old favor from Kusela. Now that everyone's already turned themselves in, I might as well do the same. One of the injured members gave this box to me, and everything left in the camp will get confiscated, so I figured I should get this to you before the court could...
Thank you.
No worries. We are all just living our own truths. There's no need to comment or judge anyone for it.
So this box contains everything that Dia's father left.
Well, back in the day, the first thing he did with any... But let's see what's inside. What's this? It's just a bunch of junk. Ugh, kinda stinks.
Perhaps it's just been left on...
A handwritten copy of a storybook. The paper's already yellow. It was against the Academia's rules to possess books for personal use. If he was going to break that rule, he could have at least
That probably means this was really important to him.
Ah, and here are a few bags of children's snacks. The packaging's completely deteriorated.
Did he get those for you?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Even when I was a child, I was never a fan of these kinds of snacks. Who even leaves snacks in a box like this anyway? Isn't that just... Forget it. Let me see what else is in here. A razor, some buttons, some round iron tiles, a wool scarf, which, from the looks of it, probably belonged to a... I'm sorry, my lady, but this is just the kind of man he was. He probably saw this box as some kind of purse. Two empty liquor bottles. Tell me, you guys.
Huh? There's something in the bottle!
Oh, you're right. All right, I got it out. It seems to be a piece of paper with some writing on it. The bottom part's all damaged from moisture, though. Let's hope the writing didn't smudge. I was suddenly seized with an urge to write a letter after finishing this bottle. I just to Dia. It's a letter for me? It's all right. I'll just read it out. If you went to the trouble of writing a letter, there must have been some important things that...
My condition's becoming worse and worse. Can't even walk without a cane anymore, much less go out and have fun. Guess I don't have many days left. If you're reading this letter, then I suppose I'm already... You were adorable as a baby. Everyone loved you. And regardless of whether you were crying or laughing, everyone enjoyed having... But once you grew a bit older, you were no longer nearly as happy or cute. It's probably the guy's fault.
Can you believe this guy? He can point the finger at him.
Anyway, back to the point. To summarize, I'm writing this so you would know not to feel sad for me, even if you end up the reason being that I was never your father to begin with.
Wait, what?
Тут даже я охуел.
Surely, he must be joking, right?
I don't know.
I was quite formidable when I was young, and 100 times cooler than some soap. Really felt like the whole world was under my feet. With just a teeny tiny bit of effort, I felt I could... But as fate would have it, I went out into the desert for a drink one day, and discovered a baby in the... You were just lying there, small and helpless. You were so tiny that if the wind blew for just a little... But your cries were so loud they made my head hurt. Now that I think of it, you really were.
Sounds like he's here?
I told Idrisi and the others that I had slipped up with a woman while out and about. None of them even doubted me. I'm sorry that I had to lie to them for so long, but I really had... I was their most esteemed leader, after all. It's not like I could just tell them that I suddenly wanted... At this rate, I'll puke up all the liquor I just drank from this bottle. Anyway, Dia, you possess the kind of freedom and kindness that we could only dream of. As far as how you should live your life, that'll be up to you to decide.
that's the end of the letter. In the end, he was still thinking of me as a little child. I suppose, or I would have suffocated under the sand a long time ago.
He was a good father to you. The fact that he wasn't a blood relative doesn't change that.
Yeah. It's just a pity that we had to learn the truth of everything like this.
Do you already have some ideas about the decision that
I do. If he first found me alone in the sands, then I want to try my hand at finding the person who... I just have one wish. To tell them a story. That there once existed a childish and foolish jerk with a heart of gold. And that only under his care was I able to grow and mature into the person I am today.
If you end up finding any leads, can you share them with us? We go on adventures all the time. Maybe we'll be able to find some information for you.
Sure, I appreciate it. I wasn't expecting you to be so enthusiastic.
I'll help too.
Thank you. All of you. Thank you. My life has certainly had its twists and turns, but I've always considered myself lucky because no matter where I've gone, I've always been surrounded by incredible...
Ну да, про Дехью, конечно, шикарный. Прям шикарная легенда, история, мне понравилась. Одна из самых интересных. В сумеру самая интересная. Я думаю, у Сайна не такая будет интересная. Все, ребята, заканчиваем. Всем спасибо за просмотр, за подписки, за лайки. С вами был Фертус. Сегодня был такой молчаливый стрим, чисто вот на оригинале, так сказать, поиграли. Мне было интересно. В любом случае, я читал, перелистывал медленно, то есть повторе все могут пересмотреть, перечитать и так далее. Так что как-то так. Все, ребята, всем удачи, всем пока. До новых встреч. Вот, надеюсь, вам нравится Геншин. Хотя, повторюсь, не в первый раз, что на канале очень сильно упал актив, очень сильно упали просмотры. И, в общем, сейчас очень тяжко. Вот. Но мы не сдаемся, ебей. Сдаваться нельзя. Надо топить до конца. Вот. Все, кто ставит лайки, большое спасибо. Все, кто подписывается и приходит на стримы, тоже вам большое спасибо. С понедельника, то есть со следующей недели, ну, если ты смотришь это сегодня, ближайший там апрель 2025 года, вот, в начале апреля, вот, канал переходит скоро на новый режим, то есть видео вместо стримов. Ну, стримы будут только по выходным и в середине недели один день. Вот, остальное как бы, ну, нет просмотров, как бы, да, надо менять, значит, что-то надо менять. Все, ребята, всем удачи, всем пока-пока.